Hey friends, tonight we're stepping quietly into the polished dream of 1950s America, but not the version that sits neatly inside an old magazine ad, where the kitchen shines, the children smile on command, and the wife seems to float through the day with a casserole in one hand and a pleasant expression permanently arranged on her face. No, tonight we're going behind that picture. We're going into the house after the photographer leaves, into the bedroom before the hair is brushed, into the kitchen before the coffee is poured, into the little pauses between chores when the radio is low, the curtains are still closed, and a woman has just opened her eyes to another day of being expected to make everything look easy. Before we go any further, take a quiet second to like the video and subscribe to the Nostalgian, but only if you enjoy these soft little journeys into the hidden rules of old America. And if there is a part of 1950s life you've always wondered about, the grocery store, the dinner table, the office husband, the beauty salon, the neighbours watching from behind the curtains, leave it in the comments. I do read them, and some of these stories begin with exactly that kind of question. So tonight, let me ask you one. Have you ever looked at one of those old photographs of a 1950s housewife and wondered what happened 5 minutes before it was taken? Not the smile itself, the work behind the smile, the powder, the apron, the wiped counter, the children told to stand still, the husband waiting somewhere just outside the frame, the living room arranged so carefully it almost looked unused, the woman in the centre of it all looking calm enough to convince everyone, maybe even herself, that this was the natural shape of happiness. Now dim the lights a little, let the room settle, pull the blanket up, let your shoulders loosen. Whatever modern day has been following you around can wait outside the door for a while. Because tonight you are waking up in 1954 inside a small American house with clean curtains, a tiled kitchen, a humming refrigerator, and a list of expectations that no one has bothered to write down, because everyone believes you already know them. The morning begins before the house does. There is a grey-blue quiet at the window, the kind of early light that makes the furniture look softer than it will look later. Somewhere outside a car passes slowly. A dog barks once. The street is still mostly asleep, but not for long. Soon there will be engines starting in driveways, screen doors, opening school shoes on kitchen floors, the soft clink of spoons against cereal bowls, and men in hats stepping out into the day as if the day belongs to them. But first there is you. You open your eyes before the alarm quite finishes ringing because your body has learned the schedule. It knows that a good wife does not begin the morning in a panic. A good wife is already ahead of the house, ahead of the children, ahead of breakfast, ahead of the small domestic emergencies that will somehow be her fault if they reach the surface. You lie still for 1 second longer than you should. Not long enough to be lazy. Just long enough to feel the room before the roll begins again. The bedroom is neat because it had to be neat before you slept in it. The dresser holds a brush, a small bottle of perfume, perhaps a dish for earrings, perhaps a framed photograph from the wedding where everyone said you looked beautiful and lucky and ready. The curtains are drawn. Your husband may still be asleep beside you, or already turning toward the day with the heavy confidence of someone whose morning preparation is considered practical rather than moral. His day will be called work. Yours will be called home. And that difference will explain almost everything. You sit up carefully because even before anyone sees you, there are rules. The hair was set last night, or it should have been. Pin curls wrapped and secured. A scarf tied around them so that sleep would not undo what effort had arranged. Your face is bare now, or as bare as you allow it to be, and in this small private moment there is a version of you that the rest of the house rarely meets. Softer, less finished, maybe younger, maybe older, certainly more honest. But honesty is not the first duty of the morning. Presentation is. So your feet find the floor, the slippers are where they belong, the robe is lifted from the chair or the hook, and already the day has begun its quiet accounting. Did you remember to soak the beans if dinner needs them? Did you take the meat down from the freezer? Is there enough milk? Did your son finish his spelling words? Did your daughter's dress get ironed? Is your husband's white shirt ready? Did you sign the school paper? Are the neighbours coming by this afternoon? Did you sound too tired on the telephone yesterday when Mrs. Henderson called about the PTA? None of this is written on a calendar in a way that looks impressive, but all of it is waiting. And the first hidden pressure of the perfect 1950s housewife was this. She was expected to remember what everyone else was allowed to forget. The birthday card, the clean socks, the grocery list, the church supper, the teacher's note, the husband's preference for eggs, the child's fear of the dark, the neighbour's comment about the lawn, the coupon clipped from the newspaper, the roast that needed enough time, the lipstick shade that looked cheerful but not loud, the fact that the living room pillows had been sat on yesterday and needed to be returned to their proper shape before anyone came through the front door. She remembered because remembering was love, or at least that was what people liked to say. But remembering was also labour. It was management. It was invisible architecture. It was the mental scaffolding that held the whole bright little family picture upright. From the outside, the 1950s home was often presented as a refuge, a warm place waiting at the end of the workday, a place where the bread was fresh, the children were clean, the floors were waxed, the wife was pleasant, and nothing too complicated was allowed to happen. Advertising loved this home. Television loved this home. Magazines loved this home. It was full of shining appliances and smiling women who seemed genuinely thrilled by floor polish. And maybe some women were proud of it. That matters. Many women did take pride in their homes. They took pride in a clean kitchen, a well-fed family, a table properly set, a child sent to school looking cared for. There was skill in it. There was rhythm. There was dignity. There were women who could run a household with the precision of a railway timetable and the emotional intelligence of a diplomat, and somehow the culture managed to call this natural feminine instinct instead of what it was, which was competence. But there was also pressure beneath the pride. Because the housewife of the 1950s was not simply asked to do the work, she was asked to disappear inside it. A clean floor was noticed only when it was dirty. A good dinner was noticed only when it was late. Well-behaved children were considered a reflection of proper mothering, but tired children, loud children, anxious children, children with scuffed shoes or runny noses or bad manners in public, these became evidence. Evidence that something at home was slipping. Evidence that the woman in charge of the home had somehow failed to create the right atmosphere. Atmosphere. That was one of her jobs too, not just the food, not just the laundry, not just the shopping, the feeling. The home was supposed to feel calm when her husband returned. It was supposed to feel cheerful for the children. It was supposed to feel respectable to neighbours. It was supposed to feel welcoming to guests. It was supposed to feel feminine without being frivolous. Comfortable without being messy, modern without being cold, tasteful without being expensive in a way anyone could criticise. And the astonishing thing is that many women did all of this while being told they were not really working. You move now toward the bathroom or the vanity because the face must come before the family sees too much of the person underneath it. There is cold cream, perhaps, powder lipstick, a little rouge if the morning needs colour. The brows must be shaped into obedience. The hair must be brushed from its pinned sleep into something soft and controlled. Not too glamorous for breakfast, not too careless either. The goal is a very specific illusion, the illusion that you woke up mostly this way, that order simply gathers around you because you are the kind of woman around whom order naturally gathers. This is the polished dream. The dream says that the home is your kingdom. The hidden rule says that a queen should not complain about her own palace. So you do not complain, not in the morning, not while the house is still quiet and the day is still possible. You fasten the robe, then perhaps the house dress. You smooth the fabric. You glance once at the mirror and make the small corrections that separate private tiredness from public acceptability. The woman looking back at you is not false. That is too simple. She is real, but edited. She is the version that can walk into the kitchen and begin the day. She can wake children, pour juice, start coffee, manage toast, listen for her husband's mood, notice the weather plan, dinner wipe the counter, answer a question, find a missing shoe, and still sound as if nothing important has happened yet. Because in the official story, nothing has. The day has not begun until he leaves for work. The work day belongs to him. The home day belongs to you, although no one calls it that because naming it too clearly would make it harder to pretend it was simply life. Outside, the neighbourhood is beginning to stir. One porch light goes off. A garage door opens. Somewhere a newspaper lands against a front step with a soft slap. The world is waking into its roles. Men toward offices, children toward schools, women toward kitchens, laundry rooms, grocery lists, and the endless soft machinery of making a life look smooth from the street. And you are part of it now. You're standing at the edge of the morning in a house that looks peaceful because you will make it peaceful. You're about to enter the kitchen where the appliances shine like promises, and the first real tests of the day are waiting quietly beside the coffee pot. The polished dream is awake, and so are you. The first room where the day truly begins is not the kitchen. It is the bathroom, or the vanity table, or the small corner of the bedroom where the mirror waits quietly reflecting back a woman who is not yet ready to become the woman everyone else expects to see. The house is still dim. The children are not fully awake. Your husband is either shaving in the bathroom reading the first folded section of the newspaper, or lying there for a few more minutes with the calm entitlement of someone whose face is allowed to be his face. He will wash, shave, comb his hair, put on a shirt, and be considered ready for the world. You, however, have a longer negotiation ahead of you. Because in the polished dream of the 1950s home, a woman did not simply wake up and appear. She prepared. She corrected. She softened what looked tired, brightened what looked dull, arranged what had come loose in the night, and did all of this before breakfast, as if breakfast itself were a small public event. And in many houses it was, not public in the sense of guests arriving not yet, but public in the family sense. The husband would see you, the children would see you, perhaps a delivery boy might come to the door, perhaps a neighbour might call early about the school committee or a borrowed pan or something that could not possibly wait. Perhaps no one outside the family would see you at all. It did not matter. The rule was not about who came. The rule was about being ready. So you sit before the mirror in the soft half-light, and the woman looking back at you is private in a way the day will not permit for long. There are faint creases from the pillow on one cheek. The hair is pinned or flattened or wrapped, depending on how carefully you managed it the night before. Your eyes are still carrying the sleep you did not quite finish. Your mouth is plain. Your skin is honest. Honesty again is not the morning assignment. The little jars and bottles are waiting. Cold cream first, perhaps, if there is anything left from the night before or if the skin needs waking gently. It smells faintly floral, faintly medicinal like roses trying to behave themselves. You work it over the face with your fingertips, small circles at the cheeks, the forehead, the chin, then tissue, then toner, then a careful pat with a towel that has been washed, folded, and placed exactly where a towel should be, because even your preparation depends on yesterday's work. Nothing starts from nothing in a household. Everything begins with something a woman already did. The foundation comes next, though. It may not be called that in your house. A little base, a little powder, a little correction. Enough to make the skin appear even, but not enough to suggest effort, because effort is the one thing a housewife must spend constantly and never visibly display. The face must look fresh, not painted, pleasant, not vain, attractive, not dramatic, awake, not ambitious. The distinction is absurdly narrow, and somehow everyone seems to know when you have missed it. You lean closer to the mirror. The eyebrows require attention. A brow pencil draws the line that nature apparently failed to understand. Too heavy and the face becomes severe. Too light and it looks unfinished. You have learned the pressure of your own hand over the years. You know the small arch that makes you look alert without surprised, calm without sleepy, feminine without foolish. It is a tiny piece of architecture, this brow, and yet it carries part of the morning's promise that you are in command of yourself. Then powder. The puff touches the face in soft practiced motions. Nose, forehead, chin. The shine must be managed before anyone can mistake it for carelessness. A woman could be tired in 1954. Of course she could. But she was not supposed to look tired in a way that asked anything of anyone else. Tiredness had to be converted into composure before it left the bedroom. That was part of the work. And then lipstick. Lipstick was not just decoration. It was punctuation. It told the room the sentence had been completed. There were shades for the confident woman, the sweet woman, the respectable woman, the wife who knew her place, and also knew how to look nice while standing in it. Red, coral, rose, pink, depending on the season, the complexion, the errands, the husband, the magazine advice, and the social temperature of the neighborhood. You choose the familiar one, the correct one, the one that has lived in your handbag long enough to feel like a small personal tool of survival. You open your mouth slightly and draw the color into place, carefully along the upper lip, carefully along the lower. Blot once, maybe twice. Look again. Too much would be wrong. Too little would be worse. Too much says you're thinking about yourself. Too little says you have stopped trying. And somewhere between those two accusations lives the acceptable face of a good wife at breakfast. It is a strange thing, really, to dress the face before you dress the body. But the face is what the household reads first. Your husband may not notice the lipstick exactly. In fact, if you asked him, he might say he never noticed such things. But he would notice its absence, though perhaps only as a vague feeling that something was off. The house less cheerful, the morning less smooth, his wife less herself. Men in these houses were often permitted not to know the mechanics of the atmosphere they depended on. They only knew when the atmosphere changed, so you maintain it. The hair comes next, and the hair is its own quiet drama. If it was set properly the night before, this morning may be manageable. Pins released, curls shaken loose, brush lifted. The first pass through the hair feels almost destructive, as if you are undoing something before rebuilding it into something better. The curls are brushed into waves. The waves are coaxed into shape. A roll at the side, a soft curve at the temple, a little height where height is needed, a clip for a moment then removed, a mist of spray, not too much, because stiffness suggests panic, and the entire point of the morning face is to deny panic any visible address. You're not trying hard, you're simply appearing correctly. These are very different things, supposedly. In truth, you have already made more decisions before breakfast than your husband may make before reaching the office. You have evaluated your skin, your hair, your mood, the weather, the day's schedule, the likelihood of being seen, the degree of formality needed for school drop-off, or grocery shopping, or a neighbour's possible visit. You have adjusted the visible surface of yourself to meet a standard no one wrote down, but everyone enforces. And still, the house is quiet enough that none of this counts as labour. The children begin to stir. A floorboard creaks, a small cough, the thump of feet in another room. Somewhere a child calls out for you not urgently, but with the complete confidence of someone who believes mothers are a natural resource. You answer gently because the tone of the mother sets the tone of the morning, and the tone of the morning can affect the whole day, and somehow this too has become your responsibility. "Just a minute, darling," you say it softly, not sharply. Never sharply unless things are truly falling apart, and even then not where anyone can hear. You rise from the vanity and check the mirror one more time. This check is not vanity, it is inspection. The way a pilot checks instruments, the way a shopkeeper checks the front window before unlocking the door, the way any professional checks the visible surface of their work before the public arrives. But you're not called a professional. You're called naturally feminine. The phrase is meant to be flattering. It is also a way of making training disappear. Because no one is born knowing how to make a tired face look calm at 7:12 in the morning. No one is born knowing the correct amount of lipstick for scrambled eggs. No one is born knowing how to smile at a husband before coffee when the sink already contains last night's pan and a child's shoe has vanished and the school permission slip is missing and the day has begun making demands before anyone has acknowledged that you are a person inside it. These things are learned. They are practiced. They are corrected by mothers, magazines, older sisters, neighbours, husbands who make comments without understanding their weight, and other women who say nothing at all but look for half a second too long. That half second can educate a person for life. Your robe gives way to the morning dress, or the house dress, or the skirt and blouse depending on the house, the income, the region, and the schedule. The fabric is clean. It must be clean. A stain in the morning is not just a stain. It is a failure of preparation. The waist is neat, the buttons are closed, the stockings may come later if you're not leaving the house immediately, or they may come now if the morning includes school shopping, or any situation where bare legs would feel unfinished. The shoes are sensible but not ugly. That distinction matters too. Everything has a distinction. Everything has a line you're not supposed to cross. By the time you open the bedroom door, you're no longer simply awake. You have been assembled. Not falsely, not entirely. There is affection in this assembly. Pride, perhaps. Habit, certainly. Maybe even pleasure in the ritual on some mornings when the light is kind and the hair behaves and the lipstick goes on cleanly the first time. It would be too simple to say you hate it. Many women did not hate it. Some loved the small order of it. Some found comfort in the sequence. Some found identity there in the careful daily act of becoming visible. But the pressure lived beside the comfort. That is the part the old photographs rarely show. The face could be beautiful and still be armour. The lipstick could be cheerful and still be a warning. The hair could be soft and still be disciplined into obedience. And the woman beneath it could be loving her family, proud of her home, grateful for her life in certain ways, and still feel in the quietest part of herself that the morning had asked for a performance before it offered her a single kindness. You step into the hallway now. The house is waking quickly. The children need help. The coffee needs starting. The breakfast table needs attention. Your husband will expect the morning to move around him with a smoothness he may interpret as peace. The neighbourhood beyond the curtains is brightening into another ordinary day, which means another day of small judgments, small duties, small invisible victories that will disappear the moment they are completed. You move toward the kitchen with your morning face in place, and from the outside, if anyone could see you just then, you would look exactly as you were supposed to look, which was the point, and also quietly the problem. The kitchen is bright before it is kind. That is the first thing you notice when you step into it. The rest of the house may still be soft around the edges, still holding a little darkness in the hallway and the corners of the living room, but the kitchen has already become itself. White enamel, chrome edges, linoleum underfoot, a refrigerator humming with the quiet confidence of a new age. Cabinets that must be opened and closed carefully, because every sound in the morning seems louder when no one has had coffee yet. This is the room the magazines loved most. This is where modern womanhood was supposed to begin. Not in a voting booth, not in an office, not at a desk with papers and a telephone and a title on the door, but here between the stove and the sink, with a coffee pot warming a dish towel over one shoulder and the soft domestic orchestra of breakfast beginning to tune itself. The 1950s kitchen was sold as a miracle. It had gleaming appliances and cheerful colours. It had mixers that promised lighter cakes, refrigerators that promised freshness, electric ranges that promised control washing powders under the sink, waxed paper in the drawer, canned goods in tidy rows, and a dozen little conveniences that were all supposed to save time. The interesting thing about time-saving devices is that they often save time for a standard that immediately rises to consume it. A cake mix did not always mean less work. Sometimes it meant you could now be expected to produce a cake more often. A better refrigerator did not simply preserve food. It expanded the expectations of what should be available. A modern stove did not free you from cooking. It made it harder to explain why dinner had not turned out properly. The machine improved. The judgment improved with it. You stand at the counter and turn on the light, though the morning light is already beginning to gather at the window. The kitchen is tidy because it had to be made tidy last night. The counters were wiped. The sink was cleared or mostly cleared. The breakfast things were set out in the mind, if not on the table. Coffee measured, bread checked, eggs counted, milk level noticed. Cereal box evaluated for whether there is enough to get through one more morning without anyone complaining. This is not simply cooking. This is logistics disguised as love. The coffee comes first because the household will not admit it depends on coffee, but it does. The smell begins slowly, then fills the room with the first real promise of the day. It is warm and bitter and familiar. It is also a signal. Once the coffee is going, the morning has moved from possibility into obligation. There is no turning back now. You take out the pan. Eggs, perhaps. Toast. Bacon, if it is that kind of morning. Oatmeal, if the children are expected to accept it without too much negotiation. Grapefruit, if you're trying to keep the table looking like the picture of health from the magazine. Orange juice in small glasses. Butter in the dish. Jam, if the jar is not too low. Napkins folded or placed quickly enough that no one will notice the difference. And already the kitchen is asking questions. Is the breakfast hearty enough for him? Is it simple enough for the children? Is it quick enough for the school schedule? Is it neat enough to leave the kitchen presentable afterward? Is it economical enough for the grocery budget? Is it attractive enough to suggest competence? Every meal in a 1950s household could become a small examination, and breakfast was the first test. It did not have the grandeur of dinner. It did not carry the social risk of a company meal. But it had its own quiet standard. It was supposed to happen smoothly every day while everyone else was still becoming human. You're expected to be fully human already. That is the trick. Your husband may enter in shirt sleeves tie, not yet settled, face freshly shaved newspaper under one arm or already open in his hands. He's not unkind necessarily. That would be too simple. Maybe he is fond of you. Maybe he is gentle in the mornings. Maybe he says good morning in a low voice and kisses your cheek before sitting down. Maybe he does not. Maybe he is thinking about the office. Maybe he is thinking about a meeting, a number, a man he dislikes, a train he must not miss. His thoughts are allowed to travel outward. Yours are supposed to remain in the room. You pour coffee. He takes it the way he takes it. You know this, of course. Cream, no sugar, or black. Or 2 sugars stirred until the spoon touches the side of the cup with a sound you've heard hundreds of times. If you get it right, nothing happens. If you get it wrong, the morning catches slightly like fabric on a nail. That was one of the hidden rules. Correct service disappeared. Incorrect service became visible. The children arrive in pieces, one with hair still wild from sleep, one with a shoe missing, one already talking, one silent in the particular way that may become tears if handled poorly. They are hungry or not hungry, or suddenly opposed to eggs despite having eaten them yesterday with no visible injury. They need their school papers. They need their lunch money. They need reassurance that today is not gym day, unless it is gym day, in which case they need the gym shoes that should have been found last night. You move between them with the soft speed of someone trying not to seem rushed, because rushing is contagious. If you rush, the house knows, the children feel it. Your husband lifts his eyes from the paper. The toast burns. Someone spills juice. A small domestic morning becomes evidence of disorder, and disorder is always assumed to have a source. The source is you. So you do not rush. You simply move quickly in a pleasant manner. There is a difference, apparently. The kitchen window looks out toward the yard or the driveway or the neighbouring house. Maybe you can see the next kitchen window over where another woman is also moving through her morning. She too has her face on. She too has coffee going. She too is trying to keep the children clean long enough to leave the house. From the street, both homes will soon appear calm and orderly, as if the morning assembled itself out of good habits and good character. No one passing by will hear the negotiations. One more bite. Where is your sweater? Please do not speak to your sister that way. No, your father needs the paper. Yes, I signed it. No. We cannot be late. Careful with the juice. Please sit properly. Some mornings you love them so much it catches you off guard. The small head bent over the cereal bowl. The soft cheek still warm from sleep. The little hand reaching for toast. The way a child says mother without knowing the size of what they are asking for. Love is everywhere in the kitchen, but it is braided tightly with tasks. It comes wrapped in napkins, poured into glasses, packed into lunch boxes, hidden inside reminders that sound sharper than you meant them to. And no one tells you how strange that feels. To love people through work they will not remember. Your own breakfast is uncertain. Perhaps you eat standing up. Perhaps you sit for 3 minutes after everyone else has begun. Perhaps you drink coffee that has cooled while you cut toast into triangles or wipe a small spill from the table. Perhaps you take half a grapefruit because that is what women in magazines are always eating, as if appetite itself should be neat, pale, and easily contained. The kitchen is full of food, and somehow your own hunger is the least organized part of it. There were women in the 1950s who found real pleasure in this room. That should not be forgotten. Some loved the shining order of it. Some loved baking, canning, planning, feeding the steady rhythm of a household that responded to capable hands. Some women had learned these skills from mothers and grandmothers and carried them with pride. The kitchen could be a place of memory, creativity, comfort, even authority. But the culture asked the kitchen to carry too much. It asked this room to prove that a woman was fulfilled. It asked a clean sink to stand in for peace. It asked a perfect breakfast to stand in for love. It asked new appliances to answer questions no appliance could answer. And if the woman standing there felt something beyond gratitude, if she felt boredom or resentment or loneliness, or the strange ache of being needed constantly but not quite seen, she was encouraged to solve that feeling by improving the room. Better curtains, a new mixer, a more cheerful breakfast set, a recipe clipped from a magazine promising that the family would ask for seconds. The solution to domestic dissatisfaction was often more domestic performance. This was very convenient for everyone except the woman performing it. By now the kitchen is fully awake. The pan has been used, the plates have been touched, crumbs have appeared in places you just wiped. The newspaper has opened like a wall at the table. The children have shifted from sleepy to urgent. The clock has become important. You're aware of every minute without looking at it as often as you want to. Your husband finishes first. He may thank you. He may not. He may say the coffee is good, which is something. He may fold the paper and stand already mentally leaving the house before his body does. The office is waiting for him, and the world will recognize his departure as the beginning of labor. You watch him go toward it from the kitchen. Your labor is already underway. But it will not have a departure time. It will not have a train. It will not have a desk. It will not have a name anyone respects in quite the same way. It will continue in this room after he leaves in the plates, the pan, the crumbs, the sticky place on the table, the milk returned to the refrigerator, the lunchboxes checked the grocery list, revised the dinner plan forming quietly behind your eyes. And this is why the kitchen mattered so much. Not because it was small, because it contained almost everything. The promises of modern life, the expectations of marriage, the appetite of children, the mood of the husband, the budget, the advertisements, the neighbours, the inherited lessons from mothers, the bright new machines, the old unpaid work, the performance of happiness, the evidence of competence, the quiet possibility that a woman might stand in the middle of all this shine and wonder why a room built to save her time seemed to require every hour she had. You rinse a cup. The water runs warm over your hands. For a moment the sound covers the house, just water porcelain breath. Then someone calls your name and the moment is gone. The kitchen has done what it always does. It has turned morning into work, and now the rest of the day is waiting. Breakfast is not a meal yet. Not at first. At first breakfast is a forecast. You can tell almost immediately what kind of morning the house intends to become. You can hear it in the way a child comes down the hallway. You can feel it in the speed of your husband's footsteps. You can read it in the toast, in the coffee, in the small silence, after someone sits at the table and decides whether today will be easy or whether today will require management. And of course, management means you. The table is already waiting or nearly waiting. Plates out, napkins placed, juice glasses catching the pale morning light, a butter dish, a jar of jam, cereal for the children if it is a weekday, eggs for your husband if there is time, and there is supposed to be time, because the success of the morning depends on the illusion that nothing is being squeezed, rushed, improvised, or held together with one hand while the other hand searches for a missing school paper. You stand in the kitchen doorway for half a second and look at the room, the way a stage manager looks at a set before the curtain rises. What is missing? What will be noticed? What can still be fixed before the audience arrives? The audience in this case is your own family, which makes the whole thing more tender and more exhausting. A child appears first, perhaps the younger one, still soft with sleep hair, standing up in a small storm pyjama sleeve twisted around the wrist. There is something heartbreakingly sweet about a child in the morning before the world has fully asked anything of them. Their cheeks are warm. Their voice is smaller than it will be later. They trust the day because they assume you've already arranged it. And in a way you have. You ask if they slept well. You smooth the hair without thinking. You notice the pajama button missing the sock not yet found the faint mood forming around the mouth. This one may cry if hurried. This one needs warning before transitions. This one must be fed before being corrected. You know these things with the precision of a weather service, except no one calls it expertise because mothers are supposed to know. A second child comes in with more noise. There is always one. A chair scrapes. A spoon drops. A complaint begins before the body has fully arrived at the table. The cereal is not the kind they wanted. The egg is too soft. The toast is too dark. The orange juice has pulp or not enough pulp, or an amount of pulp that is apparently a personal insult at 7:23 in the morning. You answer calmly, not because you feel calm, because the house needs you to be calm. This is one of the first invisible tests of the day, not whether you can make breakfast. That is the obvious part. The real test is whether you can absorb everyone else's unfinished emotions and return them to the room in a more acceptable form. A child's irritation becomes your gentle redirection. A husband's silence becomes your careful lightness. A schedule problem becomes your quick adjustment. A spill becomes a laugh if you have the energy, or at least not a disaster if you do not. And if you fail, if your voice sharpens, if you sigh too loudly, if you say something with an edge that cuts the room in half for 1 second, the morning changes. Everyone feels it. The children go quiet or louder. Your husband looks up from the paper. The kitchen seems smaller. The clock seems crueler. The strange thing is that his mood may be weather. Yours is climate control. He may wake serious because of work. He may be distracted, curt, preoccupied. He may sit at the table as if his mind has already left the house, and this is understood as responsibility. He carries burdens. He has pressures. He must provide. The newspaper opens in front of him like a small wall of world affairs, and there he is already connected to business, politics, traffic, the office, the mail, weather of public life. You are connected to the toast, and the children, and the permission slip, and whether the milk has turned, and whether the small girl at the table is about to announce that she forgot to mention she needs something for school today, something involving construction paper, a coffee can, or 25 cents in an envelope. She does. Of course she does. You hear it just as you're pouring coffee. Mother, I need it today. And there it is, the tiny domestic emergency, not large enough to be respected, not small enough to ignore, the kind of thing that will never appear in any history book and yet shapes the emotional texture of a woman's morning more reliably than most public events. You do not say, "Why did you wait until now?" Or perhaps you do say it, but softly, because the child is already anxious, because the bus will come soon, because a good mother is supposed to teach responsibility without producing shame, because the teacher may judge the child and through the child judge you, because a missing envelope or unsigned note or unprepared assignment suggests disorganization at home, and home in this world has a manager, you. So you find the envelope, you find the quarter, you write the name carefully, you place it beside the lunchbox and make a mental note that tonight you must ask about tomorrow before tomorrow becomes today. This is how the mind of a housewife fills, not with one large concern but with hundreds of small hooks. Each one catches something, a shoe, a cough, a stain, a birthday, a teacher, a neighbour, a husband's preference, a child's fear, a grocery item, a social rule, a tone of voice, a look across the table that means something has gone slightly wrong. By the time your husband asks whether his blue shirt is ready, you're already carrying a dozen things no one can see. Yes, it is ready, or it should be, or if it is not, it will be made ready in the next 7 minutes by some act of domestic improvisation, so smooth it will pass as planning. He asks because he expects the answer to exist, and the fact that it does exist will not be remarkable. That was the old arrangement. So much of a woman's competence was treated not as achievement, but as atmosphere. A shirt ready in the closet, a child fed a lunch, packed a paper, signed a table cleared, a husband sent out the door with coffee and confidence. These were not considered events. They were considered the natural condition of a properly run home. Only failure had shape. Success was invisible. You sit down for a moment, perhaps. Just a moment. Your own coffee is warm, but already moving toward lukewarm. Your toast, if you made any, sits untouched at the edge of the plate. You take one bite while standing, or half a bite while listening to two children negotiate ownership of the last piece of bacon, as if it were a matter before the Supreme Court. You are hungry, but hunger is inconvenient during breakfast. This is one of the more absurd facts of domestic life. The person responsible for feeding everyone may be the person least likely to eat in peace. A mother at the breakfast table is seated in theory and on duty in practice. She hears the cough. She sees the tilted glass. She notices the child pushing eggs around the plate. She knows the bus time. She watches the clock over the stove with the side of her eye. Her body is in the chair. Her attention is everywhere. The children must not only be fed, they must be made presentable. That is the next test already approaching. Breakfast creates evidence. Crumbs on the front of a shirt, jam at the corner of a mouth, milk on a sleeve, hair flattened on one side, shoes that have somehow gathered dust between last night and this morning. The children must leave the house looking cared for, which means they must look as though the household behind them is orderly. A child is never only a child in public. A child is a report card. People may not say this openly, but they read children. Teachers read them. Neighbours read them. Other mothers read them with the quick, practised glance of women who know how much work hides behind clean fingernails and combed hair. A child with manners reflects well. A child who interrupts reflects poorly. A child who says please and thank you suggests training. A child with a dirty collar suggests a lapse, and lapses again have a source. So you wipe the mouth. You smooth the collar. You tell him to sit straight. You tell her not to speak with food in her mouth. You remind them to say good morning properly if they see Mrs. Patterson next door. You say all of this gently if you can, because childhood is supposed to be happy, and mothering is supposed to be warm, and discipline is supposed to appear effortless, affectionate, and almost invisible. The children must be guided without seeming managed, corrected without seeming crushed, prepared for the world without being made afraid of it. This is delicate work. No one calls it delicate. Your husband folds the paper. This is the signal that the male portion of breakfast is ending. The chair shifts. The coffee cup is set down. Perhaps he kisses the top of a child's head. Perhaps he reminds a son to mind his mother as if minding you were a favour to the household, rather than the basic structure holding it together. Perhaps he compliments breakfast. Perhaps he simply says he will be late tonight, and the evening rearranges itself inside your head before he's reached the door. Late tonight means dinner timing changes. Children's bedtime changes. Your own rhythm changes. The casserole may hold. The roast may not. His mood later may need extra care. The children may ask when he is coming home. You will answer in a way that keeps them settled and does not imply disappointment. All of this happens in you instantly. He puts on his hat, takes his briefcase steps into the morning and leaves the house for work. The door closes. For 1 second there is a peculiar quiet. Not peace exactly, more like the brief silence after a train has passed. Then the children move again. The bus is coming. The table is a wreck in miniature. The pan waits in the sink. The cereal box is still out. A chair is sticky. Someone has forgotten a book. Someone cannot find gloves. The clock has become almost theatrical in its cruelty. You gather the morning around you and keep moving, because the first test of the day is not over when breakfast ends. It is over only when everyone has left believing the morning was ordinary. That is the standard. Ordinary, not heroic, not difficult, not worthy of mention, just ordinary. The children go out the door at last carrying lunchboxes, school books, and the invisible evidence of your labour on their clean faces and buttoned coats. You watch them for a moment from the doorway or the kitchen window. Small figures moving toward the bus stop, toward school, toward a world that will ask things of them you cannot entirely control. Your heart follows them farther than your body can. Then they are gone. The house exhales, but it does not release you. Behind you the breakfast table waits to be cleared. Cups, plates, crumbs, a smear of jam, the cooling pan, the damp cloth. The milk returned to the refrigerator, the floor needing a quick sweep where toast has scattered itself like evidence. The morning has passed through the kitchen and left its proof behind. You roll up your sleeves or tighten the belt of your house dress. The quiet after breakfast is not empty. It is full of what comes next. And somewhere in that quiet, beneath the clink of dishes and the warm smell of coffee fading from the room, there is the faintest private thought that no one has asked you to say aloud. You have already worked hard today, and the day has barely begun. The house dress was one of the great little disguises of the 1950s home. It looked simple. That was the trick. It was not the dress for church, not the dress for lunch downtown, not the dress for a dinner party, and certainly not the dress for being photographed beside the Christmas tree with your husband in a suit and the children standing stiffly in their best clothes. It belonged to the hours after breakfast and before the outside world fully claimed you. It belonged to the kitchen, the laundry room, the back porch, the hallway, the nursery, the grocery list, the phone call, the unexpected knock at the door. It was called casual because it was worn at home, but it was not casual in any honest sense of the word. Casual suggests ease. The house dress suggested readiness. You put it on after the morning face or sometimes before, depending on the hour and the household rhythm. The fabric might be cotton. The pattern might be cheerful. Small flowers or checks or stripes that promised cleanliness and good temper. It might button down the front. It might have a belt at the waist because even at home the waist was expected to announce that it still existed. It might have pockets which were useful for clothespins, grocery notes, tissues, a child's marble, a pencil or whatever. Small evidence of family life needed to be carried from one room to another. It looked practical. It was practical, but it was also a uniform. And uniforms always tell you something about the job. The job of the house dress was to say that you were working, but not in a way that made anyone uncomfortable. It said that you were domestic, but not sloppy. Feminine, but not decorative. Busy, but not overwhelmed. Available to your family, but still presentable to the delivery man, the neighbour, the school principal on the telephone, or the salesman who might appear at the door with a vacuum cleaner demonstration and a smile that lasted too long. This was a very narrow assignment for a piece of cotton, and yet it carried it. You fasten the buttons and smooth the front with both hands. Already there is a small evaluation happening. Is this one clean enough for the morning? Is the hem pressed? Did yesterday's ironing hold? Is there a faint stain near the pocket? Could anyone else see it? Would you need an apron over it for kitchen work? Would you need to change before going to the store? Would Mrs. Patterson next door notice if you wore this same dress 2 mornings in a row? Perhaps she would. Perhaps she would not. The unpleasant thing was never knowing which details people noticed, and therefore having to behave as if they noticed all of them. That was one of the quiet pressures of being at home in a neighbourhood full of other women who were also at home. Everyone understood the work which made everyone capable of judging it. A man might not notice whether a house dress had been freshly ironed. Another housewife absolutely might. She knew the difference between a dress put on clean that morning and a dress rescued from the chair because the laundry was behind. She knew the little signs, the softened collar, the tired belt, the small wrinkle at the lap where a child had leaned against you. She might never say a word. Of course she would not say a word. The whole system depended on women knowing things quietly. So the house dress had to be good enough for other women. That was the real standard. Your husband might see you in it at breakfast or on a Saturday morning and think, if he thought about it at all, that this was simply what a wife wore around the house. He would not necessarily understand the calculation behind it. He might not notice that the dress was less worn than the others because the grocer delivered on Tuesdays. He might not know that you kept one nicer house dress for mornings when someone from church might stop by. He might not understand that the apron tied over it before frying bacon was not only to protect the dress, but to protect the idea of the woman wearing it. A stain was not just a stain. A stain was evidence that the machinery had slipped, and the great housewife talent was to keep the machinery from ever appearing as machinery at all. You move through the house now dressed for the invisible hours. The children are gone or nearly gone. The breakfast plates are stacked. The sink waits. A few crumbs are scattered beneath the table. The kitchen has that post-breakfast look, warm and slightly defeated, like a room that has already survived one small battle and is waiting to be restored to innocence. The dress moves with you as you bend to pick up a spoon, reach for a dish towel, wipe the counter, lift a chair, carry cups to the sink. It is made for movement, but not freedom exactly. Freedom would be trousers perhaps, or an old shirt, or something truly comfortable that admitted the body had work to do. The house dress allows movement while still insisting on shape. The belt reminds you. The fitted bodice reminds you. The skirt catches slightly when you bend. Even your work clothes have opinions about how a woman should look while working. That was the genius of it, if you can call it genius. The home was imagined as private, but the housewife was rarely permitted to be fully private inside it. There might be a knock. There was always the possibility of a knock. The mailman. The milkman. A neighbour needing sugar or pretending to need sugar because what she really needed was to see whether you had heard what happened at the school meeting. A child returning because something had been forgotten. A man from the gas company. Someone selling brushes. Someone from church with a question about the bake sale. The world had ways of entering the home without warning, and when it did, you were supposed to appear as if you had expected it. That was what the house dress was for. The unexpected public moment. You could open the door in it and not feel exposed. You could speak through the screen door with your hand still damp from dishwater and maintain some claim to dignity. You could laugh lightly and say the morning had gotten away from you, though it had not gotten away from you at all. It had been attached to you like a train of tin cans since the alarm rang. You look down and notice a thread near the hem. You pull it quickly. No one sees. That is also part of the work. The house dress had a strange emotional position. It was not glamorous enough to make you feel admired, but not plain enough to let you forget yourself. It lived in the middle ground where much of a housewife's life lived. The middle ground between labour and presentation, between comfort and control, between being alone and being observed, between being a person and being the visible evidence of a household's standards. Women had always had work clothes, of course. Aprons, wrappers, house dresses, old skirts, garments that belonged to the private labour of keeping people alive. But the 1950s gave the domestic uniform a sharper brightness, more colour, more advertising, more insistence that housework could be cheerful if the kitchen was modern enough and the woman inside it was pretty enough while doing it. The dress had to participate in that optimism, even on days when you did not feel optimistic, especially then. Because the dress was not just for the body, it was for the mood of the house. A cheerful print could suggest a cheerful woman. A crisp collar could suggest a crisp morning. A belted waist could suggest that everything was under control, including the woman herself. The body became part of the home's decor, and the home's decor became part of the body's obligation. It is difficult to explain how tiring that can be. Not painful, not dramatic, not the kind of thing people gather around and acknowledge. Just tiring. The steady refusal to be unarranged. You may have had older clothes in the back of the closet. Clothes you wore for heavy cleaning, scrubbing the bathtub, washing windows, working in the yard if there was yard work to be done. But even those clothes had limits. You could not truly let yourself go, as people like to say, with that little edge of warning. Letting yourself go was not an act. It was a reputation. It meant the body had stopped obeying. The house perhaps had stopped obeying. The woman had stopped caring, and a woman who stopped caring frightened a culture that depended on her care being endless. So the dress was clean, the face was done, the hair was arranged. The apron went on when the work became messy and came off when the work needed to disappear. This detail mattered. The apron was the temporary confession of labour. The house dress beneath it was the restoration of femininity. If someone came to the door while you were deep in work, you might wipe your hands, untie the apron quickly, and appear in the doorway transformed by the removal of one square of fabric. Not finished exactly, but acceptable, respectable, available for viewing. You carry the laundry basket from the bedroom toward the washing area, and the dress follows, brushing against your knees. In the basket are shirts, socks, children's clothes, towels, the private fabric history of the family. The house dress is part of that history too, though it will rarely be remembered. It will be washed, dried, ironed, worn, stained, mended, replaced. No one will save it in a box. No one will point to it in an old photograph unless it happens to be visible in the background, caught by accident near a birthday cake or a kitchen table. And yet it may be the garment you lived in most. That is the quiet truth of it. Not the wedding dress, not the evening dress, not the Sunday suit, the house dress, the cotton witness, the thing that saw the ordinary hours, the thing that absorbed dishwater baby tears, flour dust, coffee steam, summer heat, and the small private moments when you stood alone in the hallway and tried to remember what you had come there to do. The house dress knew the day better than anyone. It knew that the perfect housewife was not perfect in pearls and heels all the time. That was the advertisement's dream, the television shorthand, the later memory polished too smooth. In real kitchens, real women wore practical dresses and aprons, and sometimes old shoes, and they sweated and they hurried and they sat down for 1 minute when no one was looking. They were not always smiling. They were not always graceful. They were often more capable than graceful, which is better though less marketable. But even in that practical realism, the standard remained. Look decent. Look feminine. Look composed. Look as if the work has not touched you too much. By mid-morning you have already wiped the counter twice. You have already bent, reached, lifted, folded, rinsed, answered the telephone, made one decision about dinner, and corrected something small in the living room on your way past. The house dress has done its job. It has let you work while keeping you ready for witness. It has allowed the house to use you without admitting how much it is using you. and perhaps that is why it was never really casual. Because nothing about the role was casual. Not the breakfast, not the lipstick, not the children's collars, not the clean sink, not the way you answered the door, not the way you stood in your own kitchen with a damp towel in your hand and still tried to look like a woman who had chosen all of this freely, happily, naturally, without ever feeling the seams pull. You smooth the skirt again without thinking. Some habits become so deep they feel like personality. The morning moves on, the dress moves with it, and somewhere beneath the cotton, beneath the belt, beneath the cheerful print that says everything is perfectly fine, there is a woman doing the kind of work that disappears precisely when it is done well. Grocery shopping in the 1950s was not simply the act of buying food. It was a public demonstration of private competence. By the time you reached the supermarket, the real work had already been underway for hours, maybe days. The shopping list was not just a list. It was a small household strategy document written in pencil on the back of an envelope, or on a pad kept near the telephone, or in the margin of a newspaper advertisement folded carefully beside the kitchen table. Milk, eggs, ground beef, canned peaches, flour, coffee, lettuce if it looks good, soap flakes, waxed paper, gelatin. Something for Thursday. Something that can stretch if your husband brings someone home unexpectedly. Something cheerful for the children. Something economical enough to keep the budget from looking at you with accusation. Every item has a shadow. The roast is not just a roast. It is Sunday dinner sandwiches on Monday, hash on Tuesday if you are clever. The canned soup is not just soup. It is a casserole base, a shortcut, a promise that dinner can still appear thoughtful, even if the afternoon turns against you. The cake mix is not just convenience. It is proof that you can produce sweetness at short notice. The coffee is not just coffee. It is morning order, adult patience, and the first line of defense against a house full of people needing things. You stand at the kitchen counter before leaving checking cabinets the way a bookkeeper checks accounts. The flour tin, the sugar, the shortening, the cereal box that feels lighter than it should. The refrigerator with its small mysteries, half an onion wrapped in waxed paper, a bowl of leftovers under a plate butter softening at the edge, milk that must last until tomorrow, unless you are willing to make a second trip. A second trip means failure of planning. Not always, of course. Things happen. Children drink more milk than expected. A neighbour stays for coffee. A husband suddenly mentions that the men from the office may drop by later in the week, as if men from the office are weather systems and not human beings requiring food ice ashtrays and clean towels in the downstairs bathroom. But still the ideal is one controlled expedition. A good housewife is supposed to anticipate. Anticipation is one of the words no one uses, though it governs nearly everything. You check your purse, wallet, coupons, a pen, the list. Perhaps a few trading stamps already tucked into an envelope waiting to be pasted into a booklet later. One tiny square at a time, because even reward systems require a woman's unpaid administration. You may have a child with you, which changes the entire expedition from management into live theatre. Or the children may be at school, giving you the rare illusion that the errand belongs to you alone. It does not. It belongs to the family, the budget, the neighbourhood, the dinner table, and the unspoken standard that a woman should know how to buy well without seeming anxious about money. Money was one of the quiet subjects of the 1950s home. It was everywhere and nowhere. The husband earned it or was expected to. The wife managed much of its daily disappearance. Grocery money, milk money, lunch money, clothing money, birthday gift money, church, collection money. Emergency money hidden in a drawer for the kind of need that would be too embarrassing to explain at the wrong moment. Some women kept careful household books. Some kept the numbers in their heads. Some did both because written records could be useful, but the mind still carried the pressure. At the store, you were expected to be economical without appearing cheap. This distinction mattered. Cheap was embarrassing. Economical was virtuous. Cheap suggested strain. Economical suggested skill. Cheap made people wonder about your husband's income. Economical made people compliment your good sense if they noticed at all. So you dressed for shopping with care. Not formally, not extravagantly. That would be wrong for the morning market, but not carelessly either. A clean dress, hair arranged, lipstick refreshed, gloves perhaps, depending on the town, the class, the weather, and the habits you'd inherited from women older than you. Sensible shoes, handbag, maybe a scarf if the wind was sharp. You were going to buy ground beef and detergent, but you were also going into public, and public had rules. The supermarket parking lot is bright when you arrive. A row of cars glinting in the sun, chrome bumpers, wide trunks ready for paper bags, women stepping out with handbags tucked under their arms and lists in their hands, a few children already negotiating for candy before they have crossed the threshold. The doors open into fluorescent light-polished floors and the abundant dream of post-war American food. The shelves are full. That fullness is part of the story. Cans stacked in confident rows, boxes with cheerful lettering, frozen foods behind glass, breakfast cereals promising energy, fun strength, good mornings, happy children. Cake mixes, gelatin molds, canned pineapple mayonnaise, pickles, crackers, coffee soup, evaporated milk, powdered mixes, everything arranged to suggest that modern life had finally solved the old problem of feeding people. And in some ways it had made things easier. It is important to be fair. A supermarket could feel like a miracle compared with older patterns of separate shops, butcher, baker, grocer produce, stand each requiring time and separate conversation, and perhaps credit arrangements, and more walking than a woman with children wanted to manage. The modern store gathered abundance under one roof. It offered choice. It offered speed. It offered the little thrill of pushing a cart through aisles that seemed to contain every possible solution to domestic life. But abundance has its own burden. Now you must choose correctly from too many options. The wrong coffee may disappoint your husband. The wrong cereal may bring complaints from the children. The wrong cut of meat may ruin the budget or the dinner. The wrong brand may suggest you are not up to date. The more products appear on the shelves, the more ways there are to be judged for choosing poorly. You move slowly down the aisle, not wandering exactly. Wandering would suggest leisure. You're conducting an inspection. Prices, sizes, labels, sales, coupons, familiar brands, new products advertised in the women's magazines and now waiting in front of you in their bright little boxes as if they know you've been promised something. Convenience, that was the great word. Convenience foods promised to save the housewife from drudgery, while somehow making her responsible for a more inventive table. The frozen vegetable, the canned soup, the instant pudding, the boxed cake, the prepared mix. They entered the cart quietly at first, then more boldly as the decade moved along, and the kitchen became a place where science, advertising, and appetite met under the authority of the woman, expected to make them all taste like home. But even convenience needed disguise. A cake mix might be improved with an extra egg, a little flavouring of frosting made by hand, something that let you say without quite lying that you had made it. A canned soup casserole could be topped with crushed crackers or browned onions and carried to the table as if it were not exactly what the label suggested, but something more personal, more domestic, more worthy of the family eating it. The food companies wanted to save you time. The culture wanted you to use that saved time to prove you still cared. So the shortcut became another performance. You turn into the produce section. Lettuce, tomatoes, apples, potatoes, onions. The colours are fresh under the lights, though you know enough not to trust appearance alone. You lift squeeze gently, inspect. A bruised apple at the bottom of the bag will be noticed later by a child. Wilted lettuce will betray you at dinner. Too many potatoes and they sprout before you use them. Too few and you are back here again before Friday. Good management lives in these calculations, not glamorous calculations, not the sort of thing anyone praises, but the entire household rests on them. Another woman from the neighbourhood appears near the carrots. You both smile. There is the little greeting, not too excited, not too cold. You ask about her children. She asks about yours. You mention the school bake sale or the church supper or the weather, which is never only weather because weather affects laundry errands, children's clothing, men's moods, and the timing of everything. Her eyes flick briefly toward your cart. Not rudely, just enough. You do the same to hers. This is information. What is she buying? Is she trying a new brand? Is there company coming? Is money tight? Is she making something ambitious? Has she given in to the cereal her children begged for? Is she the kind of woman who buys expensive cuts casually, or does she stretch the cheaper ones with skill? Neither of you says these things. You simply see file and move on. Grocery carts could be oddly intimate. A purse can be closed, a face can be arranged, but a cart tells the story of a household in cans and meat paper. How many children, how much appetite, how much money, how much effort, how much modernity, how much tradition, whether the woman is tired this week, whether she's preparing to impress someone, whether she has bought a pie instead of making one and is prepared to defend that choice if necessary. You reach the meat counter. This is serious territory. Dinner begins here, really. The butcher behind the counter may know you. He may know your usual order. You may ask for something economical, but not in those words. Something good for a pot roast. Something that will stretch. Something your husband likes. Something for Saturday if guests come. He wraps the meat in paper, marks it, hands it over with professional confidence, and you place it in the cart with the small relief of one decision completed. Only 40 more to go. At the checkout, the items become public one final time. They move onto the counter in a small parade of domestic choices. The cashier rings them up. The total gathers. You watch with calm attention, even if your mind tightens slightly as the numbers climb. You may remove an item if necessary, but that is unpleasant. Better to have calculated earlier. Better to know before reaching this moment. The paper bags fill, heavy things at the bottom, bread protected, eggs visible, cold items together. The bagger may be a teenage boy who handles the bread too roughly, and you smile while correcting him because bread matters, and because women are expected to correct without humiliating to protect the household without becoming difficult. Outside the car is warm from the sun. You load the bags into the trunk or the back seat, arranging them so nothing rolls, breaks, leaks, softens, tips, or betrays you on the ride home. Then you sit behind the wheel for one breath before starting the car. Just one. The store is behind you. The food is bought. The budget is bruised but perhaps intact. The dinner plan is clearer. The household has been supplied for another few days, which means everyone will proceed as though food simply appears where food is meant to be. That is the strange reward of good management. No one notices. You drive home through the bright streets past lawns and mailboxes and other houses where other women are doing the same calculations in slightly different kitchens. You carry the groceries inside, you put the milk away first, meat next. Frozen things quickly, cans into the cabinet with labels facing out if you are that kind of woman, and many women became that kind of woman because order was one of the few visible consolations available. The bags flatten, the receipt disappears, the refrigerator closes, the pantry looks fuller, and for a moment the house feels safer. Not happy exactly, not solved, but supplied. A full pantry is a kind of emotional insurance. It says you have prepared. It says you have anticipated. It says dinner can happen, breakfast can happen, children can be fed, a neighbour can be offered coffee, a husband can open the refrigerator and find evidence that someone has been thinking ahead for him. You stand in the kitchen after the last can is put away. The list is crossed out, but already another list is beginning in your mind. Because good management never ends. It simply becomes the next meal. Dinner begins long before dinner. That is the part no one at the table is required to understand. Dinner begins in the morning when you open the refrigerator and look at the meat wrapped in paper. It begins while the breakfast dishes are still drying, while the children are at school, while the house is pretending to be quiet. It begins in the grocery store aisle, in the butcher's paper, in the little pencil note on the kitchen counter, in the question that follows you from room to room like a small domestic ghost. What are we having tonight? Such a simple question. Such a dangerous one. Because dinner in a 1950s home was not merely food placed on a table at the end of the day. It was evidence. Evidence that the household was orderly. Evidence that the wife had planned. Evidence that the husband's workday would be rewarded with something warm, balanced, familiar, and preferably served before he had time to wonder why it was not ready. The dinner plan was a kind of daily examination, and like many examinations given to women in the home, it was supposed to look as if it was not an examination at all. You stand in the kitchen after the groceries are put away, looking at the ingredients with the seriousness of someone mapping a small campaign. There is ground beef for one night, a chicken for another, potatoes, green beans, a can of mushroom soup that may become something respectable if handled correctly, a box of gelatin in the cabinet, leftover bread that could be crumbs, lettuce that must be used soon, or it will surrender quietly in the crisper drawer and become your fault. Everything has timing. Everything has consequence. The chicken cannot wait forever. The lettuce is fragile. The bananas are moving too quickly toward brown. The milk must stretch. The roast is for Sunday unless your husband mentions company. The company possibility is always somewhere in the background because a man might come home and say almost casually that he has invited someone by as if a guest can be absorbed into a household without effort. Of course, the guest can be absorbed. That is the point. A good wife absorbs the unexpected. She expands the casserole, opens another jar, adds a salad, cuts the cake thinner, refreshes the bathroom hand towel, and makes the whole thing look like hospitality rather than emergency engineering. But today, for now, it is just the family. Just the family never means just. The children must eat it. Your husband must find it satisfying. The meal must use what is available without appearing like a budget meal. It must not be too rich on an ordinary Tuesday. It must not be too plain if he has had a difficult day. It must contain some visible evidence of thought, but not so much ambition that failure becomes noticeable. A new recipe is a risk. An old recipe is safe. Too much safety becomes dull. Dullness is also a risk. You open a cookbook, perhaps the one with a cracked spine, and a few stained pages that fall open to familiar places. Meatloaf, pot roast, tuna casserole, chicken a la king, Swiss steak, scalloped potatoes, gelatin salad with fruit suspended in it like a cheerful scientific experiment. The names themselves feel like little rooms in the American household. Practical, filling, optimistic, and often dependent on canned things that promise to make domestic life modern without letting it become too free. The recipe's not simply instructions, it is reassurance. Someone has done this before. Someone has measured the flour, timed the oven, combined the sauce, tested the temperature. The recipe says that if you follow the steps, order will come out of heat. It says that dinner can be solved. It says that your family's evening can be held together by a sequence of actions printed in a calm voice on paper. You want to believe it. Most days you do. The menu takes shape slowly. Meatloaf, perhaps. Mashed potatoes. Green beans. A small salad if the lettuce holds. Pudding for dessert, or canned peaches with cottage cheese if you're aiming for something lighter and more virtuous. Coffee for him after dinner. Milk for the children. Maybe bread on the table, though bread on the table means crumbs, and crumbs mean another pass with the cloth. This is the first calculation. Then comes the second. How much time will it take, and where will that time live? Because dinner does not happen in an empty afternoon. It must be fitted around laundry cleaning, errands, the children's return homework, a phone call from the school, a neighbour at the door, a shirt that needs ironing, a floor that somehow shows every footprint, and the small late-day collapse in energy that no magazine recipe ever accounts for. The cookbook does not say begin this step before your son loses his temper over arithmetic. It does not say stir sauce while listening to your daughter describe a playground betrayal in great emotional detail. It does not say check the oven while also checking whether your husband's mood at 6 o'clock will require light conversation or silence. Recipes are written as if the kitchen belongs to one task. A housewife's kitchen rarely does. By mid-afternoon, the dinner plan has become the central clock of the house. The meat must come out, the potatoes must be peeled, the casserole dish must be found, the serving bowl must be clean, the tablecloth, if used, must be free of the faint stain you noticed last time and hoped would come out. The children will come home hungry, but must not be allowed to eat so much that dinner is ruined. They will ask what you're making, and if the answer displeases them, they will begin their campaign early. You learn not to reveal too much. You learn to say you'll see. This is not secrecy, it is strategy. The kitchen changes as dinner approaches. Morning brightness gives way to afternoon heat. The window may fog slightly if something is boiling. The smell of onions softening in a pan moves through the house with a kind of authority. The refrigerator opens and closes. The oven door creaks. A spoon taps the side of a bowl. The sink fills, empties, fills again. Dinner produces dishes before dinner has even happened, which feels unfair but is accepted as part of the arrangement. You put on an apron over the house dress. The apron is practical, of course, but it also marks the hour. The day has entered its heavier domestic stage. You're no longer simply maintaining the house. You are preparing the evening, and the evening matters because the evening is when the family becomes visible to itself. Breakfast is scattered, lunch is often separate, but dinner is the family portrait in motion. Everyone returns to the table. Everyone's day is supposed to be gathered there, softened by food, organized by manners and held in place by the woman who has spent the day making sure there would be something to gather around. That was the ideal anyway. In practice, children fidget. Husbands read moods incorrectly. Food cools too quickly. Gravy thickens too much. A vegetable disliked by one child becomes the emotional centerpiece of the meal. Someone spills milk. Someone complains. Someone is late. Someone brings in the office with him, not in words necessarily, but in a heaviness that sits down at the table before he does. And still dinner is expected to work. This is why the plan matters. The plan is your protection against the chaos everyone else is allowed to bring home. You season the meat. You press it into the pan. You smooth the top with the back of a spoon because even a meatloaf has a surface that can look cared for. You peel potatoes over the sink, the skins falling in damp curls. You trim beans perhaps fresh if the day has been generous, canned if time has not been. You think briefly about a woman in an advertisement smiling beside a stove, radiant with the pleasure of serving her family, as if the stove had whispered the meaning of life directly into her ear. You do not feel radiant, you feel focused. There is a difference. Focus is what gets dinner on the table. Radiance is what they put in the advertisement. The advertisement does not show the moment when you realize you're low on butter. It does not show the child calling from the other room. It does not show you wiping your forehead with the back of your wrist because your hands are damp and the kitchen has become too warm. It does not show the little private irritation that rises when someone asks from another room whether dinner is almost ready, as if you are withholding it for personal amusement. Almost. You say it evenly. Evenness is a form of labour too. As the hour approaches, you become aware of sound. Cars in the street, doors closing, men returning, the neighbourhood beginning its evening ritual. Across the street another kitchen light is on. Somewhere else another woman is timing potatoes against a husband's commute. The whole suburb seems to hum with ovens, faucets, children radios, and the quiet tension of women trying to bring separate days into one manageable evening. You check the table. Plates, forks, napkins, glasses, salt, pepper, butter, if there is enough. The children may help, though helping often creates more work than it saves. Still, they must learn. They must learn not only where forks go, but what family order looks like. They must learn that dinner is not simply eating. It is sitting properly, waiting, passing, asking politely, not reaching, not complaining too openly, not interrupting father when he is speaking, though father may interrupt anyone with no apparent social penalty. The table teaches hierarchy, quietly, every night. Your husband comes home, or perhaps he's due any minute. This knowledge changes the room. You may glance toward the mirror in the hallway, or the dark kitchen window where your reflection floats faintly over the yard. Lipstick needs refreshing. Hair needs smoothing. The apron may stay on if you're still in the final rush, but it must look charming rather than desperate. Flower on the cheek is not charming unless the marriage is in a playful mood, and you cannot count on that. So you wipe your hands, you check the oven, you listen for the car. Here is the old promise of dinner. If you do it correctly, the day may settle. The husband may relax, the children may behave. The house may feel warm in the way a house is supposed to feel warm. The food may become proof that everything is still holding together. But the burden of proof is on you. The meat comes out of the oven, the potatoes are mashed, the beans are in the bowl, the plates are ready, the smells are domestic and comforting and almost enough to make the whole system seem gentle. And sometimes it is gentle. That is the complicated part. Sometimes dinner really does bring relief. Sometimes the children are funny. Sometimes your husband notices the meal and says it is good. Sometimes the light is golden on the table and the radio is low, and for a few minutes the house feels like the thing it has always promised to be. A place where people are fed, known and safe. Those moments are real. They are not the lie. The lie is that the moments happen naturally. The lie is that comfort did not require planning. The lie is that the woman who made it was simply expressing her nature rather than managing time, money, temperature, appetite, manners, mood, and expectation with the skill of someone who had been trained by repetition and judged by silence. You carry the serving dish to the table. Everyone gathers. The day narrows into plates and voices, and as you sit down at last perhaps not fully sitting, even now, you already know that dinner will be evaluated in the old quiet way. If it is good, they will eat. If it is very good, they may say so. If it is not, the room will tell you. And so the evening begins with the meal in the centre of the table, and the woman who planned it, watching carefully, softly, almost invisibly, to see whether the proof will be accepted. A clean house in the 1950s was not supposed to look cleaned. That was the first and strangest rule. It was supposed to look natural, as if dust had simply decided not to settle there, as if crumbs had politely removed themselves, as if beds made themselves flat and tight in the morning, as if the bathroom sink woke up shining, as if the kitchen floor had been born with that faint waxed glow, and had never known a child's muddy shoe, a spilled glass of milk, or the small sticky disasters that follow family life like shadows. The best housework disappeared. That was how you knew it had been done well. You begin after breakfast when the house has finally emptied into the day and left behind the evidence of being lived in. The children are gone. Your husband is gone. The kitchen is no longer roaring with need, only humming quietly around the dishes, the crumbs, the pan, the chairs pushed back from the table, and the little smear of jam near the edge where someone small dragged a sleeve through it and did not notice. You notice. Of course you notice. A 1950s housewife was trained by repetition to see the house in layers. Not just what was there, but what was almost there. The dust that would be visible by afternoon if the sun came through the front window, the fingerprints on the doorframe, the dullness gathering on the bathroom faucet, the pillow dent in the living room chair, the rug slightly crooked from children running through, the ashtray that must be emptied before anyone smelled yesterday's smoke. She saw the future mess before it became public, and then she prevented it from having a career. You clear the breakfast table first, plates stacked, glasses rinsed, crumbs swept into your palm or onto a cloth, the table wiped in long practice strokes. There is kind of satisfaction in it, this quick restoration of surface. A table after breakfast looks tired. A table after wiping looks prepared to be judged again. The house is always preparing to be judged again. You wash the dishes or load what can be loaded if there is a dishwasher, though many kitchens still depend on hands, hot water, soap and patience. The water is warm at first, then too warm. The plate slips slightly. The coffee cups carry lipstick marks and a faint brown ring. The children's spoons are sticky. The pan needs more effort than anyone will ever imagine when they remember the eggs. No one says the pan was difficult this morning. No one gathers the family to admire a clean pan. A clean pan goes back into the cabinet and becomes readiness. That is all. After the kitchen comes the rest of the house, or perhaps before the kitchen, depending on the routine and the urgency. There were women who had systems so exact they could have been printed as government procedures. Monday for washing, Tuesday for ironing, Wednesday for floors, Thursday for marketing, Friday for bathrooms and preparation for the weekend, Saturday for children and errands, Sunday for church and the kind of rest that still somehow required meals. And there were women who pretended they had such systems even when life kept interrupting them, because a woman without a system seemed dangerously close to a woman being overwhelmed. You open windows if the weather allows. Fresh air was a kind of moral atmosphere. A stale house suggested neglect. So the windows go up and the rooms breathe, and for a moment there is a softness in the work. A curtain lifting slightly. A trace of morning air moving across the polished wood. The distant sound of a lawn mower, a dog, a delivery truck, another woman shaking a rug or calling to a child. The neighbourhood is full of invisible work. Every house has a woman inside it, or many of them do restoring order from the damage of ordinary life. You move to the bedrooms. The beds must be made. A bed in the 1950s home was not simply furniture for sleeping. It was daily evidence of discipline. Sheets pulled tight, corners tucked, blankets smoothed, pillows placed properly. The marital bed especially had to look composed, almost formal, as if sleep itself had been a minor private disturbance now corrected. A rumpled bed at noon would suggest something had failed to move forward. A made bed said the house had entered the day properly. You pull the sheet upward and smooth it with your palms. There is a rhythm to this. Lift, pull, tuck, smooth, step back, adjust. The children's beds are more difficult. Small bodies fight the sheets in the night. Blankets twist. Toys appear under pillows. A sock may be found in a place no sock should be. You pick it up, fold what can be folded, restore what can be restored, and perhaps pause for half a second over the small evidence of a child's sleep. A stuffed animal face down near the edge. A book left open. A small shoe on its side. Love appears here too, in the rooms after they leave. But it still has to be made tidy. By mid-morning the vacuum cleaner comes out, heavy perhaps depending on the model, proudly modern in the advertisements, a symbol of progress, a machine that promised to save a woman's back while requiring her to push it across every rug in the house, often enough that the house could appear untouched by dust, children's shoes, weather pets' crumbs and time. The sound fills the room. It is not a gentle sound. It is a mechanical claim on the morning roar that covers the radio your thoughts, and the small silence you might otherwise have had. You move it slowly over the rug in careful passes, back and forth, back and forth. Furniture legs must be reached, corners must be managed. The rug must show those neat faint lines that say someone has been through here with standards. Vacuuming is satisfying in a particular way because it leaves marks of its own disappearance. For a few minutes you can see the work, then the marks fade, and the room becomes simply clean. Dusting is quieter and somehow more intimate. The cloth in your hand, the coffee table, the lamp base, the mantle, the framed photograph, the radio, the little porcelain figure that your aunt gave you, and that you do not especially like but keep because not keeping it would require an explanation. Dust gathers on objects the way memory gathers on people silently evenly, whether anyone has done anything wrong or not. You lift each item and wipe beneath it. That is the difference between quick cleaning and proper cleaning. Anyone can wipe around things. A woman with standards lifts. She knows what dust looks like at an angle. She knows what sunlight reveals. She knows the humiliation of a guest running one finger even accidentally across a table that has not been dusted properly. The guest would never do it deliberately. That would be vulgar. But the fear of it is enough. The living room must be ready even when no one is expected, especially then. Because guests do not always announce themselves in time for you to become the kind of woman you're supposed to be. A neighbour may stop by, a minister's wife may call, a friend from the PTA may bring something over, your husband may bring someone home, a salesman may stand at the door. The living room must always be within minutes of respectability, preferably seconds. This is why no one is allowed to truly live in it. Not children with toys, not husbands with newspapers scattered too widely, not wives with mending left out in a way that suggests the work has a body and a duration. The living room is the face of the house, and like your own face, it must be prepared before it is seen. You straighten the pillows. A pillow can betray a whole family. Too flat, and it suggests neglect. Too carefully arranged, and it suggests a house where nobody relaxes. The correct pillow looks effortless, which means it has been touched by someone who understands the theatre of comfort. You fluff it, press it, place it at an angle that says warmth, not chaos. Again the line is narrow, again you know it. The bathroom is next, and the bathroom is unforgiving. No room exposes a housewife faster. Toothpaste in the sink, a water spot on the mirror, a towel hung badly, soap residue, a faint ring. A guest bathroom without a clean hand towel is not merely an oversight, it is a message. the wrong message. So you wipe, you polish the faucet, you change the towel if needed. You look at the mirror and see yourself for 1 second in the middle of all this shine. Not the morning face now, not exactly. The face has warmed into the day, a little more tired, a little less finished, still holding, still acceptable. You tuck a stray piece of hair back into place and return to the sink. It is funny in the quietest possible way how much of the clean house is water. Water in the sink, water in the bucket, water on the rag, water for rinsing, water for scrubbing, water warming your hands, drying your skin, spotting the chrome if you do not wipe it away. Cleanliness depends on water, and then on removing the evidence that water was there. That too feels like a metaphor you do not have time to examine. The floors wait. Floors are the great silent witnesses of family life. They receive everything. Mud crumbs, dust spilled, milk dropped toys, chair legs, footsteps, hurry weather. A clean floor tells everyone the household is under control. A dirty floor tells on you immediately. You sweep first. The broom has its own soft rhythm. Corners baseboards under the table along the hallway where dust collects in quiet little drifts. Then perhaps a mop. Perhaps wax, depending on the room and the day and the standard of the house. Waxing a floor is one of those jobs that sounds almost charming when remembered from far away, and feels entirely different when done on knees with time pressing against the rest of the morning. The floor shines when finished, and everyone walks on it. That is the arrangement. A housewife's work often becomes the surface other people cross without thinking. By late morning, the house begins to resemble the idea of itself again. The beds are made, the kitchen is restored, the rugs have lines, the bathroom smells faintly of soap, the living room is arranged, the front entry has been checked, the magazines are stacked, the children's abandoned things have been returned to where they are supposed to live, though they will migrate again by afternoon, because children are small agents of entropy and love. You stand for a moment in the hallway. The house is clean. Not perfect, perhaps. Perfect is an anxious word. But clean enough to pass. Clean enough to receive. Clean enough that if someone came to the door, you would not feel your stomach tighten. Clean enough that your husband could come home and experience the house as peaceful rather than maintained. Clean enough that the children could return and immediately begin undoing it. This is where the melancholy enters. Because the clean house is beautiful, it really is. There is comfort in order. There is dignity in care. There is even pleasure in the soft gleam of a table, the smell of fresh air in a bedroom, the little silence after the vacuum has been put away. A home made clean by loving hands can feel like shelter. But in the 1950s, that shelter was often treated as proof that the woman inside it needed nothing else. As if a polished sink could answer a private question. As if a made bed could quiet a restless mind. As if the shine on the floor could reflect back a complete life. And perhaps some days it almost could. Some days the work gave shape to the hours. Some days the rhythm comforted you. Some days the house responded to your efforts so clearly that you felt competent, needed, even proud. You could look around and say, without saying it aloud, I did this. I made this place livable. I made it clean. I made it ready. Then the cruel part. If you did it well, no one would notice. They would only feel at ease. They would only drop their coats, sit in the chairs, walk across the floor, wash their hands, leave a towel, crooked open the refrigerator, spill crumbs, and inhabit the peace you had built, as if peace were the natural condition of walls. You move back toward the kitchen. There is still lunch to consider. There is still laundry waiting. There are still the afternoon ahead with its errands and its telephone calls and its small, unpredictable demands. The house is clean now, but clean is not a permanent state. Clean is a brief agreement between labour and time is already breaking it. A dust mote turns slowly in the sunlight. You see it. Of course you see it. And then the washing basket waits in the corner patient and full, reminding you that some kinds of work do not merely disappear when finished. They return wearing the family's clothes. Laundry was the kind of work that made a mockery of the word finished. There were meals that ended at least briefly. There were floors that could shine for a few hours. There were beds that once made had the dignity to remain made until nightfall if no child jumped on them. But laundry was different. Laundry did not end. It circulated. It moved through the house like weather, from body to hamper, from hamper to machine, from machine to line or dryer, from basket to ironing board, from ironing board to closet, from closet back to body, and then almost immediately back again. You could stand in the kitchen or the utility room on a Monday morning looking at the basket and feel that the family had somehow been shedding fabric all week in secret. Shirts, socks, slips, dresses, towels, dishcloths, sheets, pillowcases, pyjamas, school clothes, work shirts, handkerchiefs, underthings that must be handled without discussion, and one mysterious sock that appeared with no partner and no explanation, as if the household had begun producing evidence of a stranger. The basket is full. It is always full. Even when it is empty, it is only resting. In the 1950s, laundry occupied a strange place in the domestic imagination. Appliances promised liberation. Advertisements showed smiling women beside modern washing machines, their hands dry, their hair perfect, their dresses crisp, as if the machine had not only washed the clothes but improved the emotional condition of the person responsible for them. A washing machine was progress. A dryer, if the household had one, was even more progress. Detergents promised brightness. Bluing promised whiteness. Starch promised discipline. Everything promised ease, and yet the clothes kept coming. That was the part the advertisements had difficulty solving. You sought first whites, colours, towels, work shirts, delicates, children's things that may need soaking, sheets, table linens if there had been company. The sorting itself is a kind of family reading. A grass stain on a boy's knee, a smear of lipstick on a handkerchief, a food stain on a child's shirt that tells you lunch was hurried or resisted, a ring around a collar, a faint smell of cigarette smoke in your husband's jacket, a towel that should not have been used for that purpose, but was because people who do not do the laundry often have adventurous ideas about towels. You know things from laundry, not dramatic things perhaps, but daily truths. Who is careless? Who is growing? Who sweats through shirts? Who wipes hands on dresses? Who forgot to empty pockets? Who keeps candy wrappers? Who has been kneeling in dirt? Who has been tired enough to drop clothes beside the hamper instead of in it, which is a small act with a large emotional meaning depending on the morning. You check pockets because experience has taught you not to trust anyone. Coins, notes, a small toy, a pencil, a receipt, a church bulletin folded twice, a piece of gum that would have ruined everything if you had missed it. This is not suspicion. This is household survival. The washing machine is useful, yes, but it has no judgment. It will accept ruin as readily as dirt unless a woman stands between the two. So you stand there, again, between the family and consequence. The machine begins its work with a heavy churn water-filling fabric turning soap dissolving into suds. There is satisfaction in the sound, a modern sound, a sound that says at least some of the labour has been transferred to metal and electricity. Your grandmother may have scrubbed harder. Your mother may have wrung more by hand. You know this, and perhaps you are grateful. Gratitude is not false. but gratitude does not fold the sheets. The washer works, and while it works, you do something else. That is the rule of time-saving devices. They save time only if you immediately spend the time somewhere else. You wipe the counter, you plan lunch, you answer the telephone, you sweep the hallway again because crumbs have returned with supernatural confidence. You check the children's rooms, you think about dinner, you listen for the machine's change in sound because the machine is part of your attention now. Domestic life is a series of background processes. A woman's mind runs all of them. When the cycle ends, the wet clothes must be moved quickly. If they sit too long, they sour. If they tangle, they wrinkle. If they are hung badly, they dry badly. If they dry badly, ironing becomes worse. Every later task is shaped by the quality of the earlier one. This is one of the secret laws of housework. Carelessness compounds, so does care. You lift the wet clothes heavy and cold against your hands, even with a machine water has weight. Shirts cling to each other, sheets twist into ropes, towels slap against the side of the basket. You carry them to the clothesline if the day is good, or to the dryer if you have one, and if the fabric allows it, and if you are not the kind of woman who still believes certain things should smell of sun. Outside the clothesline has its own quiet ritual. The yard is bright. The grass may still hold morning damp. Other houses sit with their curtains open, each one presenting its own version of order. The line stretches between posts like a domestic horizon. You shake each item sharply before pinning it, snapping wrinkles from the cloth with a motion that feels more forceful than you're allowed to sound. Sheets first, perhaps large white sails lifting in the breeze, then shirts, then children's things, socks in pairs if the household has been merciful. The clothespins sit in a bag at your waist or in a basket at your feet. Pin, smooth, pin. Move down the line. There is beauty in this. It would be dishonest not to say so. Clean sheets moving in the wind can be beautiful. The smell of soap and sun can be beautiful. The sight of a family's clothes hanging in order can bring a kind of satisfaction that is physical and old. You can stand there for a moment, hands on the basket, and feel that you've done something real. Then you remember that all of it will need to come down. That is laundry's little joke. Every victory contains the next task. If the weather shifts, the whole operation becomes urgent. A cloud appears, the wind changes, a few drops of rain touch the porch step. Suddenly the peaceful line becomes a crisis of timing. You run or move quickly with as much dignity as possible, pulling shirts and sheets down before they lose the day's work. A woman can be defeated by weather in ways no one records, inside the ironing weights. Ironing was where laundry became respectability. Washing made clothing clean. Ironing made it acceptable. A shirt could be washed and still look like a confession if it was not properly pressed. A dress could be fresh and still wrong if the hem curled or the collar softened. A tablecloth could be spotless and still shame you if it held wrinkles under the Sunday roast. The ironing board opens with its familiar metal sound. The iron heats. A bottle for sprinkling may sit nearby, or a damp cloth or starch if the garment requires a firmer moral position. You arrange the first shirt, collar, yoke, sleeves, cuffs, front, back. Each part has an order because order prevents wasted motion, and wasted motion is one more thing a housewife learns to eliminate from her day. The iron moves over the fabric with a low hush. Steam rises. The room smells of heat, cotton starch, and effort. A man's white shirt is an especially symbolic object. It leaves the house on his body as part of his public seriousness. It enters the office with him. It sits at desks, attends meetings, absorbs the weather of his workday, and returns with collar rings and creases. Then you restore it. You make it white again, smooth again, ready again. He may think of the shirt as his clothing. The office may think of the shirt as his professional presentation. But between those two facts is you. You are the bridge between his body and his respectability. No one says this. The shirt simply appears in the closet clean and pressed, as if professionalism has a laundry fairy. Children's clothes are different, smaller, but no less demanding. A school dress must be neat enough to say the child is cared for. A boy's shirt must be presentable enough that teachers and other mothers do not read neglect into the sleeve. Sunday clothes require special attention. Church has sharp eyes. School has sharper ones. Children themselves are not reliable guardians of fabric, but mothers are held responsible for the evidence. So you press the collar, you check the seam, you fold or hang, you keep going. Ironing is repetitive enough to invite thought and structured enough to interrupt it. Your hands move through familiar patterns while the mind drifts toward things it has no formal place to go. A conversation from yesterday, a bill, your husband's tone at breakfast, a book you once meant to finish, a dress you saw in a shop window, a sentence from a magazine that has been irritating you for reasons you have not yet named. The iron hisses. The thought disappears. Another shirt. Another towel. Another pillowcase. Some women listened to the radio while they ironed. Music advertisements, daytime programs, voices from somewhere beyond the house, speaking into the heat of the room. The radio could make the work feel less lonely. It could also make the house feel more crowded with instructions. Buy this soap. Try this mix. Be prettier. Be calmer. Be modern. Be economical. Be the kind of woman whose family notices only how easy she makes life feel. The iron moves. The pile lowers. Another pile waits. That is the great emotional structure of laundry. It offers progress without completion. You can finish today's ironing, yes. You can stack the towels, hang the shirts, fold. The children's pajamas, carry sheets to the linen closet, tuck handkerchiefs into drawers. You can produce visible order from a heap of damp fabric. This is not nothing. It is skill. It is endurance. It is care made tangible. But the family's already wearing tomorrow's laundry. That knowledge sits quietly behind every folded towel. By afternoon, the closets look restored. Your husband's shirts hang in a clean row. The children's drawers close perhaps with effort. The towels are stacked. The sheets are folded in that particular difficult way that never looks quite as simple as other women make it look, though you have learned your own method. The laundry basket is empty or nearly empty, and for a moment there is a small hush of accomplishment. You may stand there and look at it. Not long, just enough to feel the quiet pleasure of order. Then someone comes in and changes clothes, or a child spills something, or your husband mentions that he will need the other shirt tomorrow, or you notice the dish towels are already damp from lunch. The cycle begins again before the feeling has had time to settle. This was the work that never really ended. Not because women were inefficient, not because the machines failed, not because the households were unusually messy. It never ended because living produces evidence, and in the 1950s, much of that evidence had to be cleaned, pressed, folded, hidden, and returned in improved condition before anyone could feel that life was going properly. The hidden pressure was not only doing it was doing it as if repetition did not wear on the spirit, as if the fifth shirt were as meaningful as the first, as if the towel on the floor did not say something about being unseen, as if every clean drawer did not quietly ask to be filled again with the same work tomorrow. You close the linen closet. The latch clicks softly. The house smells faintly of soap and heat and cotton. For now everything is in its place, and somewhere already a sleeve is being wrinkled. The living room was the room that told visitors what kind of family you were before anyone had time to speak. That was its job. Not to hold daily life exactly. Not to welcome muddy shoes, school books, half-finished glasses of milk, newspapers spread open on the floor, or children building forts between the sofa and the coffee table. The living room was called a living room, which was funny in the quietest possible way, because in many 1950s homes it was the room where actual living had to be carefully edited before it was allowed to appear. It had to look warm, it had to look comfortable, it had to look ready. But it could not look used. That was the impossible little assignment sitting in the middle of the house. You step into it after the morning work has moved through the kitchen and bedrooms. The breakfast dishes are done, the beds are made, the laundry is somewhere in its endless cycle. And now the living room waits with its upholstered silence, its polished surfaces, its careful lamps, its framed photographs, its curtains arranged to admit the right amount of light without exposing too much of the family to the street. This is the face of the home. The kitchen may be where work happens, the bedrooms may be where private lives unfold, the bathroom may reveal more than anyone wants revealed. But the living room is where the family becomes respectable. It is where guests sit. It is where the minister's wife might be offered coffee. It is where your husband's colleague might stand with a drink before dinner. It is where neighbours are received, where photographs are displayed, where Christmas mornings are staged, where the household's taste, income, discipline and emotional temperature are quietly evaluated by anyone who crosses the threshold. A living room is never only a room, it is an argument. Ours is a good home. Ours is a proper family. Ours is orderly, tasteful, comfortable, and not at all struggling under the weight of keeping itself that way. You begin with the sofa. The sofa has opinions. It may be covered in a fabric chosen after more thought than anyone would admit. A floral pattern, perhaps, or a muted solid, or something slightly modern if the household likes to imagine itself forward-looking. It may have plastic covers depending on the family, the region, the budget, and the degree of fear surrounding stains. Plastic covers were honest in one way and absurd in another. They admitted that the sofa was too important to be fully trusted to human bodies. People sat on it anyway, carefully, not always comfortably. You smooth the cushions with both hands. One has dipped slightly from last night. Perhaps your husband sat there with the newspaper. Perhaps a child climbed up before being reminded that the living room was not for roughhousing. Perhaps you sat there for 10 minutes after dinner and then stood because something in the kitchen needed attention. The cushion remembers. You correct it. Then the pillows. The pillows must look soft but not collapsed. Placed but not fussy. Decorative but not useless in a way that irritates men who often found decorative pillows personally offensive, while also benefiting from the room looking finished because someone had cared enough to place them there. You fluff one, press another, angle a third. It is a tiny domestic choreography, and if done correctly, no one will ever know it happened. That is the theme of the room. Work arranged into invisibility. The coffee table comes next. It holds a bowl perhaps, a few magazines, a small ashtray clean and ready. Maybe a book placed in a way that suggests reading happens here, but not such active reading that the book lies open, spine bent face down like a person interrupted. The magazines must be current enough to show cultural participation, and neat enough to show control. Life. Look, the Saturday Evening Post. Maybe a women's magazine, though. Not too many, because too many might suggest the housewife has too much time or too many instructions. Everything sends signals, even paper. You stack them with the practiced care of someone who understands that casualness is often the most difficult effect to produce. The top magazine is chosen without seeming chosen, a pleasant cover. Nothing too serious if guests are coming. Nothing too silly if your husband's business acquaintance might sit there. A good living room must be able to host several different versions of the family's identity at once. Cultured but not pretentious, modern but not strange, comfortable but not careless, successful but not vulgar. That last one matters more than anyone says. In many 1950s middle-class homes, the living room carried the burden of aspiration. It held the newest furniture the family could afford or hoped no one would know they could barely afford. The lamp bought on sale but never described that way. The television set if it had arrived glowing with promise and danger. The framed prints chosen because they looked like the kind of art a respectable home should have. The carpet that children were told not to track things across. The end tables polished until they reflected the carefulness of the woman maintaining them. This was not merely decoration. This was class performance in upholstered form. You dust the lamp base. The cloth passes over it and comes away with a faint grey trace proof that the world is always entering the house without permission. Dust is democratic in a way society is not. It lands on expensive furniture and cheap furniture with the same patience. It does not care whether the husband has a good job, whether the children attend the right school, whether the woman of the house remembered to wear lipstick before answering the door. Dust simply arrives. Your job is to make sure it does not remain long enough to testify. The picture window looks out toward the street and the street looks back. That is the arrangement of suburbia. A picture window is presented as light openness, a cheerful symbol of modern family life. It says, look at this bright home, this clean room, this family living properly in a world without shadows. But a large window also turns the living room into a display case. The curtains must be managed. Too closed, and you appear secretive. Too open, and the household is exposed. The room must look nice from within and from without, because in a neighbourhood of lawns, driveways, and women who notice details while pretending not to, the front-facing room is part of the family's public statement. You adjust the curtains, just slightly. The light changes. That matters. A living room could be ruined by the wrong light. Too bright and every speck of dust announces itself. Too dim, and the room seems gloomy, perhaps even troubled. The correct light says afternoon tea, polite conversation, a child practicing piano, a husband reading in peace, a wife who has everything under control and has not once thought about lying down in the middle of the rug and refusing to supervise anything for the next 40 minutes. The piano, if there is one, has its own role. In some homes it is truly played. In others it is more like a certificate of culture with keys. Sheet music may sit on it. A framed family photograph perhaps. A small vase if flowers are available. Children may take lessons, and the piano will hear scales resistance corrections and the slow, grinding effort of producing refinement through repetition. When guests come, the piano suggests the family values music. Whether anyone wants to hear a child play is a separate question, and handled with the delicate evasions of polite society. You wipe the top, you straighten the photograph, you move on. The television complicates the room. By the mid-1950s in many households, the television set had begun to rearrange domestic gravity. Furniture that once faced conversation now tilted toward the screen. Evenings gathered around broadcasts. Children wanted to sit too close. Fathers wanted the news. Mothers watched daytime programs while ironing, or at least the culture imagined them doing so, absorbing advertisements for the very products that would supposedly make the house easier to maintain. But a television also brought noise flicker mass culture and a certain informality into a room that had been trained for manners, so it had to be managed. The set might be housed in a cabinet to look more like furniture and less like an invasion. It might sit at an angle that allowed family viewing but still preserved the old seating arrangement for company. The television had to be present enough to show that the family was modern, but not so dominant that the living room appeared surrendered to it. Again the line, always the line. The children know the rules, or they are supposed to. No feet on the sofa, no toys left on the rug, no eating in here unless told, no touching the glass figurines, no jumping, no sprawling when guests are present, no speaking too loudly when adults are talking. The living room trains children in the art of being seen correctly. It teaches them posture volume restraint, and the idea that comfort is something one earns after presentation has been satisfied. A child wants to live in a living room. A mother wants to preserve it. Both desires are understandable. Only one is usually enforced. This is where the hidden pressure becomes tender and sad at the same time, because you want your children to feel at home. Of course you do. You want them to remember warmth, not constant correction. You want laughter in the house, real laughter, not only the polished kind that fits company. But you also know that a home too visibly surrendered to children will be judged. A toy in the wrong place can look like joy to one person and disorder to another. And in the 1950s, mothers were often expected to convert joy into order before anyone came over. So the toys are gathered, the books returned, the sofa restored. The room becomes itself again. By late morning, the living room is ready for someone who may never arrive. This is part of the exhaustion. Readiness for imagined inspection. Hospitality for hypothetical guests. Order maintained not only for the family's comfort, but for the possibility of judgment. The room must be prepared for the neighbour who might drop by, the relative who might visit the salesman, the committee woman, the husband's colleague, the friend who says she was just in the neighbourhood and thought she would stop. Just stopping was rarely just stopping. It was a small social event with no warning label. You stand in the doorway and look across the room. The carpet is smooth, the pillows are right, the magazines are stacked, the ashtray is clean, the curtains fall properly. The room is pleasant. It really is. There is peace in it, a composed kind of peace. The kind that comes from work completed and surfaces returned to order. You may even feel proud. This room says something, and you have made sure it says it in the correct voice. But it is also strange to spend so much of a life preparing rooms for other people's eyes, to teach a house to appear effortless, to keep alive a room that cannot look too lived in. There is a chair near the window where you might sit for a moment. Perhaps you do. Just one moment. The house is quiet enough now that the ticking clock can be heard. The kitchen waits, but not urgently. The laundry is somewhere between tasks. The children are still at school. The sunlight lies across the carpet in a pale rectangle, and for a rare second, the room is not performing for anyone. It is simply a room. You sit carefully, almost as if you are visiting your own house. That is the feeling nobody names. The feeling of being responsible for a space that does not fully belong to your body. A space you maintain, polish, arrange, and protect, but cannot always inhabit freely. The living room belongs to the family image before it belongs to the woman who keeps it presentable. And yet she is the one who knows it best. She knows which table wobbles, which cushion must be turned, which curtain fades first, which floorboard creaks, which corner gathers dust, no matter how often it is cleaned. She knows the room's secrets. The room knows hers. You rise after a minute because sitting has become slightly suspicious, even when no one is there to see it. The cushion must be touched again just lightly to remove the evidence of your own weight. The room returns to readiness. The chair looks unused. The house looks calm. And that in the end was the old living room's quiet command. Be warm but untouched. Be welcoming but controlled. Be lived in but never too honestly. You leave it behind and step back toward the sounds of the working house, where the next hour is already gathering itself, and the clean room waits in its careful silence for whoever will be allowed to enter it. The house changes before he comes home, not dramatically, not in a way anyone would point to and name, but if you are the woman inside it, you can feel the hour begin to tighten. Afternoon loosens its grip, the light starts moving across the floor in a different colour, and somewhere in the back of your mind the day reorganises itself around the sound of a car in the driveway, a key at the door, a briefcase set down, a man crossing the threshold from the outside world into the world you have spent the entire day preparing for him. This is not simply his return, it is a ritual. And like many rituals in the 1950s home, it is presented as love performed as duty and judged most sharply when it fails. By 4 o'clock, perhaps earlier, the house begins to turn toward evening. The children are home or nearly home. Their school things have landed where school things always land, which is to say not where they belong. Lunch boxes need emptying, papers need reading. Someone needs help with arithmetic. Someone is hungry in a way that cannot be allowed to ruin dinner. Someone is tired enough to become unreasonable if handled too directly. You are tired too. This is not relevant yet. The dinner plan is already in motion. The meat is thawed or cooking. The potatoes have a future. The vegetables have been chosen. The table is somewhere between idea and arrangement. The kitchen has taken on that late-day smell of heat soap and expectation. A good smell, perhaps. A family smell. But also the smell of the hour when everything begins happening at once. And in the middle of this you must freshen up. That phrase sounds light. It is not light. Freshening up is the intermission between the work no one saw and the performance everyone will enter. You wash your hands, you check your hair, you put the stray pieces back into place, you look at your face and decide what the day has done to it. A little powder, lipstick again, always lipstick, the same colour from the morning, or perhaps a slightly warmer shade for evening, because the day has shifted and so must you. You smooth your dress or change it entirely if the household standard requires a visible transition between domestic work and the husband's arrival. The apron may come off, or it may stay on until the last possible second. This depends on timing. Timing is everything. If you remove the apron too soon, dinner may mark the dress. If you leave it on too long, you may look too much like labour when he walks in. The ideal is to appear domestic without appearing used up by domesticity. Busy but not harried, warm but not needy, attractive but not demanding attention, happy to see him but not so eager that the whole day looks empty without him. Another narrow line, another little bridge you're expected to cross while carrying everyone else's mood. The children must be adjusted too. Not transformed exactly, but brought into the evening key. Faces wiped, hair smoothed, voices lowered, shoes moved out of the entry, arguments settled before they can greet him at the door like unpaid bills. The house should not present him with chaos immediately. There may be chaos, of course. There usually is. But it should be softened, absorbed, translated. A child's complaint becomes tell daddy after he's had a minute. A sibling quarrel becomes, let's not start the evening that way. A spill becomes a wiped floor. A bad mood becomes your problem before it can become his. This was one of the clearest hidden rules of the post-war home. The husband's day had weight. His work had pressure. His commute had difficulty. His arrival was to be cushioned. Many advice columns and magazine pieces of the period suggested in one way or another that the home should be a refuge for the man returning from work, and the wife was often placed in charge of making that refuge feel effortless. The question rarely asked with equal seriousness was where she was supposed to return from. because she had not left. And in the logic of the time not leaving meant not needing arrival. But anyone who has spent a full day inside a house knows that a person can need to come home from it. You hear a car outside. Maybe it is his, maybe it is a neighbour. The body reacts before the mind confirms it. You glance toward the window, then the clock, then the stove. The timing is either excellent or impossible. If he is early, the dinner is not ready and the children are still scattered. If he is late, the food may suffer and the children may turn feral around the edges. If he is exactly on time, you're still expected to make that seem like the natural outcome of a well-run home, rather than the result of constant vigilance. The car passes, not his. You exhale, then feel slightly foolish for exhaling. This is part of the ritual too. Waiting. Not waiting romantically, though, sometimes perhaps there is a little of that. Waiting logistically, emotionally, atmospherically, listening for the sound that will begin the next role of the evening. Your morning role was manager. Your afternoon role was labourer, organiser, cook, mother, cleaner, shopper, memory keeper. Now another version is needed, the cheerful wife. Not silly cheerful, not loud, not false in a way anyone could accuse you of being false. The cheerfulness must feel like weather in a good season, gentle, welcoming, stable. It must say you are safe here. It must not say I've been waiting to hand you the entire weight of my day the moment you remove your hat, so you select. This is one of the most exhausting skills in marriage. Selecting what to say first, not the broken lamp, not the teacher's note, not the bill, not the neighbour's remark, not the child's fever unless the fever is serious, not the fact that the washing machine made a worrying noise, not the private heaviness that settled on you sometime after lunch and has not entirely left. You choose something light. The children did something amusing. The weather turned nice. Dinner smells good. The mail came. Mrs. Patterson stopped by. A small pleasant thing is placed at the doorway like a rug he can step onto before entering the rest of the evening. The key turns, or the door opens, or his footsteps cross the porch, and there he is. Your husband comes into the house carrying the outside world with him. The smell of the office faint tobacco, wool, car, upholstery, city air if he works downtown, or factory air or paper and machines or whatever the day has left on his clothes. His face has its own weather. You read it quickly, faster than he knows, perhaps faster than he reads it himself. Tired but not angry, preoccupied, irritated, pleased, hungry, quiet in the dangerous way, quiet in the harmless way. There are many kinds of quiet, and a wife learns to distinguish them because the evening depends on it. You smile, not because every marriage is false, that would be unfair. Many wives were genuinely glad to see their husbands. Many husbands were kind men doing their best inside roles they had also inherited rather than invented. There could be affection in the doorway, real warmth, a kiss on the cheek, a hand at the waist, a small joke from the day, a child running to him and being lifted into the air. These moments mattered. They were not propaganda. They were part of why the ritual survived. But the expectation sat underneath even the genuine feeling. You may be glad to see him. You're also required to seem glad in the correct way. He sets down the briefcase. He removes his hat. He may loosen his tie, that little gesture that says the public man is beginning to soften into the private one. The house should receive this transformation respectfully. His chair should be available. The children should not be too loud. The dinner should be close enough that he feels cared for, but not so immediate that he is rushed. A drink may be offered in some homes, coffee in others. A simple "how was your day" delivered with enough interest to be real and enough caution not to open a door that cannot be managed before dinner. He answers, "Fine, long. You would not believe the meeting. Traffic was awful. The new man at the office is hopeless. The boss is impossible. Or perhaps he says very little. You listen anyway. Listening is one of the evening's domestic services. The magazines often understood this part only from one direction. Let him talk. Let him unwind. Do not trouble him immediately. Make home pleasant. Help him forget the strain of the outside world. The advice could sound caring, even reasonable in isolation. Everyone wants to come home to gentleness. Everyone wants to be greeted with warmth rather than complaint. The trouble was the imbalance, because the wife was also full of stories. She had her own traffic, though it happened in hallways and grocery aisles and school offices and between the stove and the sink. She had her own impossible meetings, though they were with children, neighbours, budgets, appliances, teachers, repairmen, and the private committee of expectations meeting permanently in her head. She had managed personalities all day. She had solved problems. She had swallowed irritation. She had created comfort. But when he arrived, her day was often expected to become the background against which his day could be processed. That is a very particular kind of loneliness. Not being alone, being background. You ask about his day. He tells you enough or too much or nothing. You respond correctly. Meanwhile, one child is about to interrupt. Another is hovering with a school paper. The pot on the stove needs attention. The table is not quite finished. The phone may ring. The evening is not waiting politely for the conversation to end. It is pressing from every side, and you're expected to keep all of it from feeling like pressure. This is why the ritual of cheerfulness could become so heavy. Cheerfulness was not merely an emotion. It was a tool. It smoothed transitions. It covered gaps. It made inconvenience look like no trouble at all. It reassured men, settled children, impressed neighbours, and protected the woman herself from questions she might not want to answer. If you were cheerful, no one had to ask whether you were tired. If you were cheerful, the house seemed successful. If you were cheerful, your life looked like the one everyone had agreed was desirable. And if you were not cheerful, the room noticed immediately. A flat voice, a delayed smile, a sigh at the wrong moment. These tiny deviations could become larger than the work that produced them. Your husband might ask what was wrong in a tone that suggested wrongness itself was inconvenient. Or he might not ask, which could be worse. The children might become careful. The house might feel briefly exposed, as if someone had opened a curtain on a room not ready for viewing. So you maintain the surface. Not always. No woman could do it always, but often enough that it becomes part of you. The evening continues. He changes clothes or does not. The children get their moment with him, perhaps brief, perhaps warm, perhaps dependent on his mood. You move between kitchen and living room. You hear pieces of conversation. You stir something. You call gently that dinner will be ready soon. You remind a child to wash hands. You adjust the heat. You put rolls in a basket or slice bread. You check your reflection faintly in the darkening kitchen window and see a woman moving too quickly to be admired properly. Then from the other room laughter. Maybe real laughter. Your husband and the children. For a second the heaviness lifts. This is the complicated truth again. The ritual could be unfair and still contain love. The expectation could be burdensome and still produce moments of beauty. A husband coming home could be a daily performance and also a daily reunion. A woman could resent the cheerfulness demanded of her and still feel glad when the family was gathered under one roof. Human life is rarely tidy enough to make a clean argument. The 1950s home was not only prison, and it was not only paradise. It was often a place where love had to travel through roles that did not always know what to do with it. You carry dinner toward the table, he sits, the children settle. The house for a few minutes achieves the picture. Father home from work, mother serving dinner, children gathered, the light warm, the outside world held at the door. Anyone looking through the window might see exactly what the magazines had promised. A family, a good home, a woman smiling. They would not see the hour before the smile, the listening, the adjustments, the lipstick, the children's moods absorbed and softened, the little decisions about what not to say yet. The emotional furniture moved quietly into place so that everyone else could enter the evening without tripping. You sit down at last. Perhaps your plate is warm, perhaps not. Your husband begins to talk about his day, or asks for the salt, or compliments the food, or says nothing because he is finally at rest. You watch the room settle around him, and somewhere beneath your pleasant face, beneath the practiced warmth, beneath the ritual that has been performed in thousands of houses along thousands of streets, there is a smaller, quieter question waiting patiently for its turn. Who makes the refuge for the person who makes the refuge? Children in a 1950s home were not only children, they were evidence. Evidence of the mother's patience, evidence of the father's authority, evidence of the family's discipline, respectability, class position, religious seriousness, emotional order, and ability to produce young citizens who could sit still in public without embarrassing anyone. A child might be loved deeply, held tightly after a bad dream, kissed on the forehead, before school, and worried over in ways no one else ever saw. But the moment the child stepped outside the front door, they also became a small walking report on the home that had raised them, and mostly on the woman inside it. This is why children's manners mattered so much. Not because people in the 1950s loved manners more than love. Not exactly. But because manners were the visible surface of upbringing. They were the polished shoes of the personality. They were proof that someone had taken the time to correct, remind, repeat, supervise, and shape the child before the world had to do it more harshly. Say please. Say thank you. Look Mrs. Patterson in the eye. Do not interrupt. Do not reach across the table. Sit up straight. Lower your voice. Do not talk with food in your mouth. Do not run in the living room. Do not contradict your father. Do not ask personal questions. Do not stare. Do not make a scene. So much of childhood was an education in not making a scene. You hear yourself saying these things all day, sometimes gently, sometimes automatically, sometimes with a tiredness that makes the words feel older than you are. They came from your own mother, perhaps, or your grandmother, or teachers, or women at church, or the air itself. By the time you are raising your own children, the rules feel less like instructions and more like weather. They are simply there, and now you are the one passing them down. The children return from school with the day clinging to them. Dust on shoes, a grass stain blooming on one knee, papers bent in satchels, hair flattened by hats or wind or recess. Their faces are different from the morning faces you sent out. The world has touched them. They come in hungry, talkative, moody, triumphant, wounded, secretive, or full of news that must be delivered immediately before coats are hung or hands are washed. You want to listen. Of course you do. Of course. A child's day is full of small dramas that are not small to the child. The friend who would not share. The teacher who looked disappointed. The arithmetic problem that refused to make sense. The boy who pushed in line. The girl with the new shoes, the terrifying possibility that tomorrow everyone must bring something from home, and your child has only now remembered this fact. You listen while scanning. Coat on the hook, shoes not on the rug, lunchbox to the counter, hands washed before snack, No crumbs in the living room. No shouting while your father is not yet home but somehow already being protected from noise in advance. This is mothering as divided attention. Heart in one place, eyes in six. You ask about school. You notice the hesitation before the answer. You know when fine does not mean fine. You know when a child is hiding a note from the teacher not because the child is evil, but because children understand embarrassment long before they understand honesty as a principle. You also know that whatever happened at school will become in some quiet way your responsibility. If your child is too shy, perhaps you have sheltered them. If your child is too loud, perhaps you have failed to discipline them. If your child is sad, perhaps the home atmosphere is wrong. If your child is rude, the mother is blamed before the child is understood. The school may not say this plainly. It does not need to. A teacher's note can be written with perfect courtesy and still carry the weight of accusation. Your son had some difficulty sitting still today. Your daughter seemed upset after recess. Please help him remember to bring her supplies. Please remind her not to interrupt during reading group. These are normal notes, ordinary notes, the fabric of childhood, and yet they land in the kitchen like small official documents from the Republic of Maternal Responsibility. You read them with the attention of someone being evaluated through another person's behavior. Then you sign them. Then you decide what tone to take. Too soft and the child learns nothing. Too stern and you become the kind of mother people whisper about, the nervous one, the sharp one, the one whose children look frightened. The correct mother corrects with warmth. She disciplines without seeming angry. She teaches manners without crushing spirit. She raises children who are lively but not wild obedient, but not dull confident, but not impertinent, cheerful but not noisy, independent but not inconvenient. Again the line is impossibly narrow. Again you're expected to know where it is. At the table manners become almost theatrical. Napkin in lap, feet still, elbows watched, utensils held properly, milk passed carefully, no reaching, no grabbing, no complaining about the food, especially not after your mother has spent the afternoon preparing it, though this last part is rarely framed as protection for the mother. It is framed as gratitude, which is safer. Your husband may correct the children at dinner. When he does, his correction carries the sound of authority. It settles over the table differently. The children respond quickly sometimes because they respect him sometimes, because he is less familiar, sometimes because his displeasure is less worn into the daily fabric, and therefore more powerful when it arrives. You correct them constantly. He corrects them occasionally. His correction is remembered as discipline. Yours becomes background noise. This is one of the old unfairnesses of family life. Not always malicious, just old. Children hear the person who is present less dramatically than the person who appears at the end of the day. The mother's voice becomes part of the wallpaper of childhood. Necessary constant, sometimes resented, often ignored until it sharpens. Then when it sharpens, everyone notices the sharpness instead of the 100 gentle reminders that came before it. You tell them to sit properly. You tell them to say thank you. You tell them to let their sister speak. You tell them to stop kicking the table leg. You tell them not to make that face. You tell them to answer their father. You tell them to lower their voices. Then one of them spills milk, and for 1 second the whole room holds its breath around your reaction. This is a test too, not the milk. The mother. Can she stay pleasant? Can she correct without embarrassing? Can she clean without making the child feel like a disaster? Can she keep dinner from becoming a scene? The child looks at you wide-eyed, already sorry or already defensive. Your husband may shift in his chair. You rise, fetch the cloth and say something measured. It's all right. Be careful next time. Move your glass farther from the edge. If you manage this well, the table resumes. If you do not, the evening changes. It is astonishing how much emotional weather a mother is expected to regulate with a dishcloth in her hand. Outside the house, manners become even more charged. Church on Sunday, the grocery store, a neighbour's porch, a doctor's waiting room, a visit to relatives, the school play, a birthday party. These are the public examinations. The children must greet adults properly. They must not grab. They must not whine. They must not ask why someone's house smells funny, or why a lady's face looks that way, or whether the cake is store-bought. Children are naturally gifted at locating the one sentence a room cannot comfortably receive, so you train them before the visit, in the car, on the walk, at the doorway. Remember to say hello. Remember to thank Mrs. Bell. Do not touch anything unless you are offered. If you do not like something, you do not say so. If an adult asks you a question, answer politely. And the child nods, half listening, while looking out the car window at trees and telephone poles and the wider life beyond instruction. Then you arrive and they perform well or they do not. When they perform well, someone may say your children are so well behaved. This is one of the compliments a 1950s mother receives most hungrily and most cautiously. It means the labour has been seen, but only through the result. The compliment is not you must have repeated yourself 4,000 times with remarkable restraint. It is not you have turned daily frustration into social grace. It is not your patience has become visible in their posture. It is simply well behaved, and still you accept it. Because praise in the domestic world often arrives in shorthand. When they perform badly, there may be no comment at all. That is worse. A silence, a glance, a smile held one beat too long. You know what it means. You bring the child home and correct them not only for the behaviour itself, but for what the behaviour exposed. A family's private looseness should not show too clearly in public. That is the lesson beneath the lesson. Children, of course, feel this even when they cannot name it. They learn which rooms require quiet, which adults require politeness, which questions make mothers tense, which jokes are acceptable at home but not at church, which clothes are for play and which clothes are for being looked at. They learn that the house has a front stage and a back stage, and that mother is in charge of moving everyone between the two without mishap. This is a sophisticated social education. It is also a lot to ask of small people, and it is a lot to ask of the woman responsible for teaching it while cooking dinner. The 1950s ideal of child rearing often carried a double message. Children were precious central to family life, proof of post-war hope, the little citizens of a bright American future. But they were also expected to fit into an adult world more neatly than many modern children are asked to do. They were expected to respect authority, control their body, speak when spoken to, and understand that the family's reputation could be damaged by their behaviour. Some children thrived inside that structure. Some learned fear, some learned grace, some learned silence, most learned a mixture. You want your children to be good, not merely obedient, good. You want them to be kind, capable, welcomed, safe. You want other adults to like them because being liked by adults makes a child's path smoother. You want them invited back. You want teachers to smile at them. You want neighbours to say, "What lovely children." You want your husband to be proud when they behave well at the table. You want the world to treat them gently, so you prepare them for a world that is not always gentle. And sometimes preparation looks like correction. That is the ache of it. At bedtime the manners fall away a little, not completely. Teeth still need brushing. Pyjamas must go on. Prayers may be said in some houses. Clothes must be put where clothes belong. But the child in the bed is less public now, softer, smaller. The boy who could not sit still at dinner is suddenly only a tired child under a blanket. The girl who interrupted at church is only a warm forehead and sleepy eyes. In the dim light, the stakes loosen. You sit on the edge of the bed. Perhaps you read a story. Perhaps you listen to a worry that arrives only after the lights are low, because children have their own hidden schedules of truth. They tell you something, then something they could not say at the table. They were afraid. They were embarrassed. Someone laughed at them. They did not understand the lesson. They miss you during the day, or they do not say it that way, but their hand finds yours. Here is the private child. Here is the mother no visitor sees. This is not about manners now, not really. This is about the quiet work beneath manners, the attachment, the reassurance, the promise that the world may be full of rules, but this room, at least for a few minutes, can be softer than that. You kiss the forehead, you adjust the blanket, you say good night. Then you step into the hallway and gently close the door, carrying with you the strange weight of having spent the day shaping human beings while being told in 100 quiet ways that this shaping should come naturally because you are their mother. The house settles, the children sleep. Tomorrow they will forget a mitten spill juice, interrupt someone, say thank you beautifully, make you proud, make you tired, and reveal once again how much of motherhood happens in the space between love and correction. And you will begin again, softly. Because raising them right was never just about them. It was about the whole house being judged through their small shining faces. The neighbour does not have to be unkind. That is the first thing to understand. She may be perfectly pleasant. She may wave from her porch with a bright little smile. She may bring over a casserole when someone is ill, lend a cup of sugar without hesitation. Watch your children for 10 minutes in an emergency, and remember your birthday more reliably than some members of your own family. She may be the kind of woman who knows everyone's business, because in a neighborhood like this, knowing everyone's business is part of how people take care of one another, and also how they keep one another in line. Both things can be true. In a 1950s, neighborhood privacy had curtains, but it did not have walls thick enough to keep out observation. The houses sat close enough for lives to overlap. Driveways faced driveways. Kitchen windows faced side yards. Picture windows faced the street like quiet displays. Lawns, porches, mailboxes, clotheslines, and garbage cans all became part of the daily language of respectability. People noticed. They noticed when your husband left early. They noticed when he came home late. They noticed if the children were outside too long or not outside enough. They noticed if the laundry stayed on the line after dark. They noticed if the lawn went too long without mowing. They noticed if your shades were drawn in the middle of the day. They noticed if you looked tired at the mailbox. And the strange part was that you noticed them noticing because you were noticing too. That was the neighborhood arrangement. Everyone watched. Everyone pretended they were not watching. You begin to feel it in the late morning after the house is clean enough to pass and the laundry is somewhere between damp and folded. You step outside for a moment with a basket or to shake a rug or to check the mailbox, and there she is across the way. Mrs. Patterson, perhaps, or Mrs. Bell, or the woman next door whose kitchen window seems to contain her at all the correct hours, as if she's been installed there by the same company that put in the cabinets. She waves. You wave back. Simple, except it is not simple. Because in that small exchange there is an entire social code. Your wave must be warm enough to be neighbourly, not so enthusiastic that it invites a long conversation you do not have time for. Your hair must be decent. Your dress must be clean. Your tone, if she calls out to you, must sound pleasant. Not rushed, not lonely, not annoyed, not too eager for adult conversation, because that might reveal more than you mean to reveal. Good morning, lovely day. Yes, finally some sun. The words are small, but the room behind them is large. She may mention the school meeting. You may mention the church supper. She may say she saw your little boy riding his bicycle rather fast yesterday. The sentence is light. The meaning is not. She is not accusing. Not exactly. She is informing you that the child was observed and that through him, your household entered the public record for a moment. You smile. Oh, I'll remind him to be careful. That is the correct response. You do not say that you had already reminded him 3 times. You do not say that boys on bicycles have their own private treaty with danger. You do not say that if she had a better hobby, perhaps she would not have time to monitor the speed of other people's children. You say you will remind him. And you will. Because now the bicycle has become part of your reputation. The neighbour's power was rarely official. She did not hold office. She did not own your house. She did not decide your husband's salary or your child's grades. But she held something older and more difficult to measure. She held social memory. She remembered who forgot the PTA cupcakes, whose child was rude at church, whose husband drank too much at the barbecue, whose lawn looked neglected in August, who borrowed things and did not return them promptly, who seemed to be struggling, who seemed to think too highly of herself, who was lonely, who was proud, who was slipping. A neighbourhood is made of houses. A community is made of memory, and women were often the keepers of that memory. This could be comforting. If something happened, someone would know. If a child fell, a neighbour might appear before you reached the door. If you were sick, soup might arrive. If your husband's car would not start, someone might call across the street. There was real safety in being known. Many families depended on it. The neighbourhood could be a web of favours, small kindnesses, recipes, rides, borrowed tools, shared warnings, and women standing in driveways under the afternoon sun laughing about something ordinary enough to make the day feel less lonely. But the same web that held you could also catch you. The curtains became part of the performance, open in the morning to show the house was awake, closed at night to show the family was properly inside itself. Drawn too long in daylight and someone might wonder if you were unwell. Left open too late, and the living room became a stage. A woman learned the rhythm without being taught directly. She learned when the neighbourhood expected light, when it expected privacy, when the porch should look swept, when the trash cans should disappear, when toys should be gathered before evening. Respectability had a schedule. The neighbour knew the schedule. So did you. The telephone made it worse and easier at the same time. A call could arrive just as you were sitting for the first time all morning. The ring cut through the house with an authority no one questioned. You wiped your hands. You answered in your telephone voice, the brighter voice, the composed voice, the voice that said nothing in this house is currently smoking, crying, staining, or falling apart. Hello. Oh, hello, Margaret. The neighbour on the line may have an actual purpose, a committee question, a recipe, a reminder about the school bake sale. But the call also has texture. She is listening for your mood. You are listening for hers. Does she know something? Is she asking because she is asking, or asking because someone else asked first? Has news moved along the street before arriving politely in your ear? The telephone in a 1950s kitchen could be a lifeline. It could also be a surveillance device operated entirely by women who called it friendship. You lean against the counter with the receiver held carefully, its cord stretching just far enough to let you stir something or glance toward the stove. You make the correct small sounds. Oh, really, I hadn't heard. Isn't that something? You contribute enough to belong, not enough to become the subject. That is the art. Because gossip was not called gossip when respectable women did it with concern in their voices. It was checking in. It was wondering. It was only mentioning. It was saying, "I hope everything is all right over there." And sometimes that was genuine. Sometimes it was not. Most often it was both. Children intensified everything. A child did not understand front stage neighborhood behavior immediately. They had to be trained into it. They yelled across lawns, they tracked mud, they repeated things said at home. They asked why Mrs. Bell's husband sleeps in the guest room because they heard something through a wall, or from another child, or from no place anyone can identify. Children were little leaks in the family's public image, and mothers spent years trying to seal them gently. Do not say that outside. Where did you hear that? We do not repeat family business. Say hello to Mrs. Patterson. No, not like that. Say it properly. A child's freedom ended where neighborhood interpretation began. You wanted them to run, to play, to have the wide afternoons people later remember so fondly. Bicycles and sprinklers and chalk on sidewalks and screen doors banging. But you also wanted them watched by friendly eyes and not judged by sharp ones. You wanted neighbours to say they were good children, clean children, polite children, not wild, not neglected, not spoiled, not strange. There were so many ways for a child to become a comment, and comments had legs. They walked from porch to porch, from kitchen to telephone, from school pickup to church hall, wearing sensible shoes and carrying a covered dish. In the afternoon you might see the neighbour again over the fence. She asks how your husband is. You say he is well. She asks whether he has been busy lately. The question is innocent unless it is not. Perhaps he has been coming home late. Perhaps his car has not been in the driveway at the usual hour. Perhaps she's simply making conversation. The problem is that you cannot know, so your answer must protect several possibilities at once. Oh, very busy at the office these days. Light tone, small smile, no more. The married woman of the 1950s often became the public relations department of the private family. She explained without seeming to explain. She reassured without admitting there was concern. She turned financial strain into being careful this month. She turned marital tension into, he's just tired. She turned a child's difficulty into a phase. She turned her own exhaustion into, I'm just catching up on things. Everything could be translated. Everything had to be, and the neighbour was fluent. This is why her noticing mattered. She knew the original language and the translation. She knew what women meant when they said they were fine. She knew how much work was hidden in a clean porch, a polished window, a child sent to school with hair combed and lunch packed. She knew because she was doing the same work herself. Her judgment could be sharp, yes, but it came from expertise. Women judged domestic performance because they understood exactly how much performance there was. That did not make the judgment gentle, but it made it informed. By evening the street begins to settle, men return, children are called inside, porch lights come on, curtains glow, dinners happen behind walls close enough that a raised voice might travel if the windows are open. Every house becomes a little theatre of family life visible in fragments, a silhouette at the sink, a child crossing a lit window, a husband in shirt sleeves, a woman drawing curtains at the correct hour, closing the family back into itself. You stand at your own window and pull the fabric across the glass. For a moment before it closes, you see the neighbour across the street doing the same thing. Two women each in her own house, each ending the public portion of the day, each having watched and been watched, judged and been judged, helped and been helped, carrying a dozen small pieces of information about the street that no man at any office would think to call knowledge. But it is knowledge. It is the social weather map of the neighbourhood, and women read it every day. You turn back into the room. The house is yours again, or as yours as it ever becomes. Outside the street grows quieter. Inside the dinner dishes wait, the children need settling. Your husband has his own mood, and tomorrow morning the curtains will open again on the same little world of lawns, mailboxes, driveways, greetings and careful observation. The neighbour noticed everything, and so did you. That was how the neighbourhood held together. That was also how it held you still. There were certain rooms in 1950s America where a woman could be judged without anyone raising their voice. The school auditorium was one of them. The church basement was another. They did not look dangerous. That was part of the design. The school auditorium had folding chairs, polished floors, bulletin boards, the faint smell of chalk floor wax paper, and children who had been there earlier in the day. The church basement had long tables, metal coffee urns, hymnals stacked somewhere nearby a kitchen that always seemed to contain too many women and not enough counter space, and the soft institutional smell of coffee waxed linoleum and casseroles waiting under foil. These were respectable rooms, useful rooms, community rooms, and if you were a 1950s housewife trying to be considered a good woman, a good mother, a good neighbour, a good church member, and a good citizen of the little world around you, these rooms could feel like Olympic stadiums, only instead of medals, there were compliments. Instead of judges, there were other women. And instead of a scoreboard, there was the quiet memory of who had brought what, who had volunteered, who had forgotten, who had seemed tired, who had spoken too much, who had not spoken enough, and who had somehow managed to look freshly pressed at 7:30 in the evening after an entire day of housework. This was the social Olympics of good womanhood, and everyone knew the events: the PTA meeting, the bake sale, the school carnival, the church supper, the Sunday school committee, the charity drive, the holiday pageant, the classroom refreshment table, the funeral luncheon, the bridal shower in the fellowship hall, the baby shower with pastel napkins and a cake that had to be sweet but not showy. The work was endless, and almost none of it was called work in the way men's work was called work. It was service. It was helping out. It was doing your part. It was being involved. It was being a good mother. And that wording mattered, because once labour becomes a moral quality, refusing it becomes more complicated. You could not simply say you were tired. Everyone was tired. You could not say you had enough to do at home. Everyone had enough to do at home. You could not say the cookies could be store-bought unless everyone had silently agreed that store-bought cookies were acceptable for this particular event, and even then you had to arrange them on a proper plate so they looked less like surrender and more like efficiency. You learned these things quickly. The PTA meeting usually began before it began. That's how women's gatherings often worked. The official business might start at 7 o'clock, but the real social temperature was taken in the minutes before, when women removed gloves, smoothed skirts, found seats beside allies, avoided seats beside difficult people, and exchanged little updates in soft voices that sounded casual to anyone who did not understand that casualness was the first language of social power. You arrive in a clean dress, perhaps your better day dress, not the house dress, not quite church clothes, but something that says you have made an effort. Your hair is fixed, your lipstick is fresh, your purse is held neatly, you carry a notebook, a pencil, perhaps an envelope with dues or a paper you were asked to bring. If refreshments were assigned to you, you carry them in with a careful expression of modest usefulness. Oh, it was nothing. You say this even if it took an hour. Especially if it took an hour. The school auditorium is filling. Mothers from the neighbourhood sit in rows, some with coats still over their arms, some whispering, some watching the door to see who arrives late. A few fathers may be present depending on the meeting, the school, the issue, and the particular culture of the town. When fathers attend, their presence may be treated as civic seriousness. When mothers attend, it is treated as expected. That distinction carries more weight than it seems to. You take your seat. The meeting begins. Minutes are read, reports are given, the principal speaks. Someone mentions playground equipment, classroom supplies, a school lunch concern, a safety issue, a fundraising plan, a program for the children, a committee that needs volunteers, always a committee that needs volunteers. Committees were the little engines of respectable female labour. They turned free time, or what was called free time, into pies posters, phone trees, decorations, envelopes, ticket sales, typed notices, and coffee served in paper cups with a smile. The chairwoman asks who can help. This is where the room changes. Not visibly, but everyone feels it. There is a pause. The volunteer pause. A pause full of calculation. You look down at your notebook as if checking something important. Another woman adjusts her gloves. Someone clears her throat. You can almost hear every mind in the room reviewing the same impossible ledger. Laundry on Monday. Grocery shopping Tuesday. Ironing still not finished. Children's dentist appointment. Church supper on Friday. Company possible on Saturday. Husband tired lately. House not quite ready. But if you do not raise your hand, someone will notice. If you always raise your hand, you become the woman everyone depends on and no one rescues. If you never raise your hand, you become the woman who does not do her part. The correct amount of volunteering is therefore a delicate mathematical problem with no numbers in it. You raise your hand, not too quickly, not too late. You say you can help with refreshments or decorations or telephone calls. Telephone calls sound small, but they are not small. A telephone committee can consume an entire afternoon in 5-minute increments. Call Mrs. Howard. No answer. Call Mrs. Bell. She can bring napkins but not coffee. Call Mrs. Adams. She wants to know whether Mrs. Carter is also involved because the two of them have not been entirely smooth since the Christmas pageant. Call back Mrs. Howard. Write down who agreed to what. Remind everyone 2 days before because agreement is not the same thing as arrival. This is administration. It is not called administration. It is called helping. The church version is similar but softer around the edges and sharper underneath. Church women had a language of warmth that could cover astonishing levels of organization. The Sunday service might be about grace, patience, humility, and charity, but the church kitchen after the service could become a command center, run by women who knew exactly how many sandwiches were needed, whose cake could be trusted, whose casserole always came back scraped clean, and whose gelatin salad remained suspiciously untouched every time. You arrive for the church supper with a dish in your hands. This dish matters. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. A covered dish in 1950s. America could carry a woman's entire domestic reputation under a square of foil. Too plain, and it suggests lack of effort. Too fancy, and it suggests showing off. Too experimental, and people become nervous. Too familiar, and people may think you are coasting. The safest dish is one. People like one that travels well, one that can sit on a long table without collapsing, drying out, separating, or revealing that the bottom is scorched. You know this because you have learned it from experience, and from watching other women's dishes return home. The church basement fills with voices. Men may move tables. Children weave between chairs until corrected. Coffee is poured. Someone in an apron takes charge of where things go. Ham here, casseroles there, salads on the end, desserts separate, rolls near the butter, napkins by the plates. The arrangement looks simple, but it is not. A badly arranged food table creates bottlenecks, confusion, cold food, and the sort of mild communal irritation that everyone will pretend not to feel while feeling it deeply. A woman who can organize the church supper food table has skills, real skills, spatial reasoning, diplomacy, memory, timing, crowd management, emotional control. The ability to tell Mrs. Wilson her pie should go at the far end without making Mrs. Wilson feel exiled. The ability to move a weak casserole to a less prominent position without causing a social incident. The ability to accept help from someone whose help makes everything worse. This is leadership. It is not called leadership. It is called being good at church things. You stand beside the table, smiling, serving, adjusting, making sure the children do not take all the roles before the older people have gone through. You keep an eye on your own dish. Not obviously. That would be vain. But you notice. Of course you notice. You notice if people take it. You notice if they take seconds. You notice who compliments it and whether the compliment sounds genuine or like Christian obligation. This is not pettiness. This is data. Women in these rooms lived partly by data. Who came? Who helped? Who avoided helping? Who was kind when no one important was watching? Who took credit? Who forgot? Who overpromised? Who could be trusted with money? Who could be trusted with children? Who could be trusted with a key to the church kitchen? These things mattered because communities were built from small reliabilities repeated until they became character. But there was pressure in it too, because the same small reliabilities that built community could also become a cage made of expectations. Once you're known as dependable people depend on you. Once you're known as a good baker, you bake. Once you're known as the woman who never says no, you become the person everyone asks before asking anyone else. Once you are known as the kind of mother who is always at school, absence becomes a statement. And sometimes you are absent only because the washing machine overflowed, or a child had a fever, or you had a headache behind your eyes that made the fluorescent lights in the auditorium feel like punishment. But absence is read by people who do not know the whole story. It enters the record. She wasn't there last night. That is all they say. That is enough. The most difficult part of these respectable obligations is that they were not meaningless. They mattered. Schools did need parents. Churches did need volunteers. Children did benefit from mothers who showed up. Communities did grow warmer when women carried food to the sick, organised pageants, raised money, decorated halls, and remembered which family needed help before pride allowed them to ask for it. The work was real. The good was real. So was the exhaustion. That is the part that makes the story complicated. It would be easier if the PTA meeting were only a silly performance, if the church supper were only a stage for judgment, if the bake sale were only a contest in sugar and pride. But they were also places where women found friendship, purpose, competence, influence, and a public life that fit inside the approved borders of femininity. A woman who could not have a career might chair a committee. A woman whose husband made the official income might manage funds for the school fair with more accuracy than the men at the bank. A woman whose intelligence had no office could still run a room, and many did. They ran rooms beautifully, then went home and made sandwiches. After the meeting ends, the real meeting continues in the parking lot. Women stand beside cars under the weak glow of school lights holding purses, programs, empty cake plates, and information. Someone mentions a teacher. Someone worries about the new curriculum. Someone asks if you heard about the family on Maple Street. Someone says the church needs more volunteers for Sunday. Someone laughs softly. Someone says, well, I really should get home, and then stays another 10 minutes, because leaving too soon can feel like missing the thing that matters. You finally drive home through quiet streets. The house is dark except for the porch light. Your husband may ask how it went. You may say fine, just fine. You do not explain the layered negotiations, the raised hand, the casserole politics, the committee tension, the compliment that was not quite a compliment. The woman who seemed upset the principal's request, the fact that you have somehow agreed to bring 3 dozen cookies next Thursday. Fine is easier. Fine fits in the doorway. You hang up your coat. You set down the empty dish. You check on the children sleeping. You return to the kitchen and see the breakfast dishes already waiting in tomorrow's imagination. The house has not paused while you performed goodness elsewhere. It has simply stored the next round of work for your return. That was the hidden bargain. Good womanhood was not located only in the home. It followed you to school, to church, to committees, to bake sales, to folding chairs under fluorescent lights, to long tables covered in wax paper and cooled coffee. It asked you to serve your family, then serve the community, then return home and make both kinds of service look natural. You take off your earrings. Your feet hurt a little. The plate you brought back is clean, which means the casserole went over well. That should feel like victory. In a way it does. And yet somewhere under the small satisfaction, there is the soft weight of knowing that next week another meeting is already waiting with another sign-up sheet, another room full of women smiling politely, and another chance to prove without ever saying so that you're the kind of woman who can be counted on. Beauty in the 1950s home did not wait for special occasions. That was the first hidden rule. It did not belong only to Saturday night or Sunday church, or an anniversary dinner or a photograph taken beside the Christmas tree. It belonged to the morning before breakfast. It belonged to the grocery store. It belonged to the school meeting, the front porch, the telephone call that might become a visit the moment your husband came through the door, and the small unexpected encounter at the mailbox when you had only meant to bring in the bills. A woman was expected to look pleasant almost all the time, not dazzling, not seductive in any obvious way, not vain, pleasant. That was the word with the soft edges and the hard centre. Pleasant meant the face should not trouble anyone. Pleasant meant the mouth should be arranged toward welcome. Pleasant meant tiredness should be corrected before it became visible. Pleasant meant that the world could look at you and feel reassured that the home was stable, the marriage was orderly, the children were cared for, and the woman at the centre of it all had not begun asking inconvenient questions before noon. It sounds like a small thing. It was not a small thing. You learned it early, perhaps, before you were married. You learned it from your mother at the mirror, from a teacher who told girls to sit nicely, from advertisements where women smiled while holding cleaning products, as if waxed floors had solved the deepest human problems, from movie stars with polished mouths and careful eyebrows, from women's magazines that spoke in a voice of friendly instruction, as if femininity were a recipe, and you had simply been careless with one of the ingredients. A little lipstick will brighten you up. Stand straight. Don't frown like that. You look so much prettier when you smile. These sentences arrived as compliments, corrections, warnings, and common sense. After a while they became internal furniture. You stop hearing them as other people's voices. They become your own hand reaching for the lipstick before answering the door. The lipstick sits in the drawer or in your purse like a small red tool. It is not only makeup, it is emergency equipment. A woman can be caught without her shopping list, perhaps, without gloves depending on the errand, without a proper hat if the situation is informal enough. But to be caught looking entirely unprepared in the face is a different kind of exposure. Lipstick solves quickly what rest would solve more honestly. That is part of its power. You twist the tube and there it is, bright, precise, hopeful. A little column of colour with a name that promises cherries, roses, fire, youth, spring, or some other improved version of being alive. You know the shade that works. You have tried the others. The one too orange for your skin. The one too dark for daytime. The one your husband did not like but could not explain why. the one your friend wore beautifully and you bought once only to discover that another woman's confidence does not always transfer through cosmetics, so you return to the familiar shade. The correct shade. It goes on before errands, after lunch, before he comes home, after dinner if guests are expected, sometimes after crying if the crying has been brief enough to repair. The mouth is redrawn, the face is restored. The woman returns to circulation. This is the strange intimacy of beauty work. It happens in private so that public life can pretend it is natural. You sit at the vanity, or stand before the bathroom mirror and make the small corrections. Powder for shine, a comb through the hair, a pin replaced, a brow touched up, lipstick carefully within the lines because a blurred mouth says something the culture does not want a respectable housewife to say. Blot. Look. Adjust. Smile slightly, not because you are happy exactly, but because the face must be checked in its working position. The smile itself is part of the arrangement, not the big laugh, not the unguarded smile that appears when a child says something genuinely funny, or your husband remembers the younger version of himself for 1 second and makes you laugh in the kitchen. Those are real and different. The pleasant smile is smaller, more durable, less risky. It is the face you give the grocer, the neighbour, the teacher, the minister's wife, the woman from the PTA who has come to ask for one more thing. It says yes, of course. It says no trouble at all. It says I am available to be approached but not available to be known too deeply. The pleasant face is a screen door, open but still a barrier. Beauty standards in the 1950s were not one single thing, of course. They varied by class, region, age, race, religion, and money. Not every woman had the same tools, the same time, the same safety, or the same cultural permission to be seen as the ideal. The most celebrated image, the one in many advertisements and television memories, was often narrow, white, middle-class, slim, neatly dressed, young or young-looking cheerful in a kitchen, bright enough to make housework seem almost holy. Many women lived outside that picture. Many women worked for wages. Many women cleaned other women's houses. Many women came home from factory shifts, offices, hospitals, schools and shops to do a second round of domestic labour with fewer cameras and fewer compliments. Still, the image had force. Even when it did not describe your life, it could judge it. For the housewife inside the advertised dream, the beauty standard was not just to be attractive. It was to be attractively appropriate. A married woman was not supposed to look like a starlet in her own kitchen. She was not supposed to look too hungry for attention. She was not supposed to appear careless either. She had to occupy that exact middle ground between desirability and restraint. Pretty enough that her husband remained proud. Modest enough that no one questioned her character. Stylish enough to show competence. Simple enough to show good taste. Youthful enough to reassure. Mature enough to manage a home. Again the line. Always the line. Your body had lines too, and they were also supervised. The waist mattered. The posture mattered. The way a skirt fell mattered. Foundation garments did some of the work and demanded their own kind of endurance. A girdle was not simply clothing, it was architecture. It held the body into the shape the decade preferred, and reminded the woman inside it that comfort and correctness were not always close friends. You could breathe, but perhaps not deeply. Stockings had seams to keep straight. Shoes had to be practical but feminine. A house dress had to show that the body had not given up just because it was at home. Hair had to be set, brushed, sprayed, or pinned into a version of the order. Grey hair, when it came, had to be considered. Weight had to be managed quietly. Appetite was watched in public, especially around other women, because other women understood plates as fluently as they understood curtains. At lunch, a woman could say she was not terribly hungry. Everyone knew what that meant. At dinner, she could take a smaller portion. Everyone knew what that meant too. The polite world had many ways to discuss the body without naming it directly. That made it harder to argue with. You stand before the mirror in the late afternoon, the hour of repair. The day has handled you roughly in small ways. Steam from the sink, heat from the stove, dust from cleaning. A child's hand on your skirt, the laundry basket against your hip. A phone call that annoyed you more than it should have. A private moment of staring out the window too long. The face in the mirror has begun telling the truth again, so you correct it. This is not vanity, or not only vanity. There may be pleasure in it. That should be allowed. There can be real pleasure in lipstick perfume, a well-combed head of hair, a dress that fits properly, a colour that makes the face brighten. Women were not fools for enjoying beauty. They were not wrong to like softness, elegant scent, fabric polish, and the small transformation of a tired face into one that felt ready for the evening. The trouble was not the lipstick. The trouble was the rule that you needed it before you deserved to be seen gently. You lean closer to the mirror. The lipstick goes on. The mouth returns. You practice the pleasant expression without meaning to. It is not a full smile, just an upward arrangement enough to keep the face from resting in any shape that might be mistaken for dissatisfaction. A woman's neutral face could be treated as a household problem. If she looked serious, someone might ask what was wrong. If she looked tired, someone might suggest she lie down while still expecting dinner to appear. If she looked angry, the room became uncomfortable. If she looked sad, the room might not know what to do with her at all. Pleasantness prevented questions. It also prevented answers. This is why the face mattered so much. It was the first surface of emotional management. Before you spoke, your face had to reassure. Before you asked for anything, your face had to soften the request. Before you disagreed, your face had to make the disagreement harmless. Before you opened the door, your face had to tell the visitor that this was a good house, a calm house, a house where nothing embarrassing was happening behind the curtain. Even when something embarrassing was happening, even when a child was crying, even when money was short, even when your husband had been distant, even when the kitchen sink was backed up, the roast was late, your head hurt, and you had just sat down for the first time since breakfast, the face must say, "Come in." Or at least the face must not say, "Please go away." That was a great deal to ask of a mouth. By evening, the beauty work changes its purpose. It is no longer for the store, the neighbour, the school, or the possible knock at the door. It is for the husband, the dinner table, the family's evening self. You may change into a nicer dress. You may leave the same dress on and simply refresh it with posture and powder. The apron comes off. The hair is smoothed. The lips are renewed. Perhaps a small touch of perfume. Nothing too much. Just enough to signal that the day has become evening and you have not been consumed by it. That signal matters. A woman was supposed to greet the evening as if the day had not used her up. That may be the most difficult beauty standard of all. Not youth, not thinness, not the hair or the waist or the lipstick. The demand to look unused by use. Your husband sees you and may say you look nice. That is welcome. Or he may not say anything because the pleasant-looking wife is part of the expected landscape, like the lamp being on the dinner table set. The children wash the house warm. If he does not notice, you may feel foolish for wanting him to. If he notices only when you have failed, you may feel something sharper. This is the old domestic wound. The effort is invisible until it falters. Still, there are moments of grace. A daughter watching you in the mirror, fascinated by the lipstick. A small child asking why your mouth is red. A husband catching your eye across the dinner table, in a way that remembers you as a woman, not only as the person who knows where the clean towels are, your own reflection occasionally surprising you. There she is, not the housewife as an ideal, not the cheerful figure from the advertisement. You, tired, capable, aging pretty in a way that belongs to your actual life, not the magazine's version of it. You might like her for a second. Then someone calls from another room. The mirror moment closes. You put the lipstick back in the drawer or in the pocket of your handbag where it can be reached quickly later. The evening continues. The pleasant face returns to its post. It will answer the door, calm the children, soften, a complaint receive a compliment, hide an irritation, and carry the family through another set of hours in which looking all right is treated as part of being all right. But the mirror knows better. The mirror has seen the face before it was arranged. It has seen the little pause before the smile. It has seen the woman underneath the pleasantness, the one who is not unpleasant at all, only human, only tired, sometimes only thinking more than the room has made space for. And tomorrow morning before breakfast she will meet the mirror again. The telephone could ring at any hour and turn a private day public. That was its power. One moment you're standing at the sink with your hands in warm water, or folding towels, or correcting a child's arithmetic, or staring at the kitchen floor for 3 quiet seconds because the house has finally stopped asking for something. The next moment the ring cuts through the room with that bright mechanical insistence that makes everything else feel suddenly unfinished. You dry your hands quickly. You smooth your voice before you smooth your dress. And then you answer, "Hello, not tired. Never tired." That was the first rule of the telephone voice. The telephone voice was not exactly your real voice. It was close enough to pass. It sounded like you, but better lit, brighter, lighter, more composed. It was the voice of a woman whose house was under control, whose children were manageable, whose husband was respected, whose kitchen was not currently in chaos, and whose own feelings had been placed neatly out of range before the receiver reached her ear. Hello. Just one word, but it had work to do. It had to be pleasant without being silly, warm without being too eager, alert without sounding startled, feminine without sounding weak, available without sounding as if you had nothing else to do. A good telephone voice made the listener feel received but not invited into anything messy. That was the art. And in the 1950s home, the telephone was not only a device, it was a social doorway. Neighbours entered through it. School entered through it. Church entered through it. Your husband's office might enter through it. Relatives entered through it. The PTA, the bake sale, the doctor's office, the woman asking if you had heard what happened on Maple Street, the child's teacher, the committee chair, the store confirming a delivery, the friend who needed a recipe, the acquaintance who pretended to need a recipe, but was really checking the temperature of your life. They all came through the telephone, and you had to be ready. The receiver is heavy and smooth in your hand. The cord twists slightly as you turn toward the stove because of course something is on the stove. Something is always on the stove when the telephone rings. A pot beginning to boil, a pan that needs watching, a child calling from the other room, the washing machine changing its sound in a way that suggests attention will soon be required. But your voice says none of this. Your voice says, "Of course, I have time." This was one of the housewife's small daily performances, and perhaps one of the most revealing. The telephone did not show your face, your dress, your kitchen, or the state of the living room. It spared you the visual inspection, but it demanded another kind of polish. It asked you to make composure audible. A tired woman could be heard. That was the problem. Tiredness lived in the breath before the answer, in the flatness of a yes, in the pause before laughter, in the little sigh that escaped before you remembered to hold it back. Other women could hear it because they were managing the same thing. A neighbour might not see the unwashed dishes, but she could hear if your voice had lost its shine. So you kept the shine in it. Mrs. Patterson calls about the school event. She begins with a little weather because weather is the foyer of conversation. Isn't this heat something? You agree. She says she hopes you're managing to keep cool. You say yes, doing our best, aren't we all? Then comes the real purpose. The refreshments committee is short 24 cookies. Could you possibly bring some tomorrow? Possibly is the dangerous word. It pretends to leave room for no. But everyone knows the room is small. You glance at the counter. You think of the flour level, the butter, the children's homework, dinner, laundry not yet folded, your husband's shirt, the headache just beginning behind your left eye. You think of saying no, not dramatically, just a simple, honest no. I'm sorry I can't this time. The sentence appears in your mind like a clean white sheet. Then you imagine the silence after it. Not anger. Worse. Adjustment. Mrs. Patterson shifting her understanding of you by half an inch. She would say she understood. Of course she would. But the next time women gathered at the school, someone might mention that everyone is so busy these days, and your absence would sit quietly inside the sentence. So you say yes. Of course. I'd be happy to. There it is. The telephone voice has accepted another task on behalf of the body that must perform it. You hang up and stand for a moment with the receiver still warm from your hand. The house returns around you. The pot is boiling too hard. A child is calling again. The cookies now exist in the future, waiting for you, as real as if they were already cooling on the rack. This is how women accumulated work in polite increments. Not through orders, through requests wrapped in community. A church call is different. Softer, perhaps. More solemn around the edges. Someone is ill. Someone has had a baby. Someone needs a meal. Someone's mother passed. The church telephone tree moves through the neighbourhood with a strange mixture of mercy and expectation. You're asked to bring a casserole, make calls, sit with children, provide flowers, help set up, help clean afterward. These things are good. That is what makes them difficult. It is good to help. It is good to feed a grieving family. It is good to visit the sick, comfort the lonely, remember the elderly, support the school, strengthen the church, and keep the neighbourhood human. The trouble is not the goodness. The trouble is that goodness seems to know your telephone number and call during ironing. You say yes again, not always, but often. Often enough that people learn you can be counted on. And once a woman is known as someone who can be counted on, she becomes part of the community's emergency equipment. Reliable, pleasant, available. The children learn the telephone rules too. They learn not to interrupt unless the house is actively on fire or someone is bleeding in a way that cannot be handled with a towel. They learn that mother on the telephone is mother in public, even if she is standing in the kitchen. They hear the voice change and understand something about womanhood before anyone explains it. One moment you're saying, "Do not touch that pan." The next moment into the receiver you're saying, "Oh, hello, Helen, how nice to hear from you." The child looks at you. They know both voices are yours. They may not yet understand why one must disappear when the other arrives. The telephone voice could be cheerful while the face was not. That was its special talent. You could hold the receiver to your ear with one hand and press your fingers to your forehead with the other. You could nod even though no one could see you. You could smile slightly because smiling changed the sound of the voice. Women knew this. Telephone operators knew this. Secretaries knew this. Mothers knew this. The mouth shaped the mood even when the mood had not agreed. Smile and sound pleasant. The old instruction lived in the muscles. Some calls were a relief. A real friend on the line could save an afternoon. Not every telephone conversation was surveillance or obligation. Sometimes the ring brought laughter, a familiar voice, a woman who understood that the children were too much today, and the washing machine sounded wrong and the men would be home soon expecting calm. Sometimes two housewives could stand in separate kitchens, cords stretched across separate rooms, and tell the truth in fragments. Not too much truth, but enough. You would say it has been one of those days, and she would say, "Oh, I know. That was a small mercy." The phrase did not need details. One of those days contained spilled milk, late bills, burned toast, a child's mood, a husband's silence, a neighbour's comment, a headache, a grocery mistake, and the peculiar loneliness of being needed by everyone and known by almost no one. A good friend could hear all of that inside the sentence. Then both of you would laugh softly, because the alternative was not available at 2 in the afternoon. But even friendship had limits. The party line in some places could make privacy uncertain. Other households might share the line. Someone could pick up and listen accidentally or not. Even without a party line, the sense remained that speech travelled through wires into spaces you could not control. Women learned discretion. They spoke in codes. They said tired when they meant near tears. They said busy when they meant overwhelmed. They said he's been working hard when they meant he has been distant. They said the children are lively when they meant the house has been impossible since breakfast. The telephone carried truth, but usually dressed for company. By late afternoon, the telephone becomes more dangerous. The day is wearing thin. Your voice is harder to polish. The children are home. Dinner is beginning. The house has more noise in it. A call at this hour can feel like someone opening the oven door at the wrong moment and letting the heat escape. Still you answer, "Hello." The pleasantness is a little more fragile now, but it holds. Perhaps it is your husband. He will be late. He says it quickly from an office phone or a payphone, his voice carrying the public world behind it. You tell him that is all right. You adjust the dinner in your mind. You adjust the children. You adjust your own disappointment, if there is any. He may not hear the adjustment. He hears only the voice that says fine. Fine is one of the great telephone words. It fits almost any wound if folded small enough. After you hang up, you stand in the kitchen and recalculate. The meat can wait, but not too long. The potatoes may need covering. The children will ask when he is coming. You will say soon. The evening shifts and no one will know that the shift passed first through your voice, then through your mind, then through the stove. The telephone rings again later. You almost do not answer, but of course you do. A good house answers. A good wife answers. A good woman sounds ready to answer. That was the rule beneath the ring. And so much of the 1950s housewife's life happened in that tiny space between the first sound and the lifted receiver. The breath taken, the mood hidden, the voice brightened, the self rearranged for whoever might be calling. You pick it up, you say hello, and once again the house is represented by your voice. Company dinner was where the private kitchen became public theatre. That was the danger of it. A family dinner could forgive certain things. A child might complain a potato might be slightly overdone, your husband might arrive late and throw off the timing, and the evening could still be folded back into ordinary life. But company dinner was different. Company dinner had witnesses. Company dinner gave other people a chair at the table, where your competence would be quietly served, tasted, measured, and remembered. The casserole knew this. The casserole was not just food, it was strategy in a baking dish. In the 1950s, the casserole became one of the great domestic solutions. It was economical, adaptable, warm filling, and capable of turning canned soup noodles tuna chicken rice, vegetables, cheese crackers, and optimism into something that could be carried to a table, a church basement, a neighbour's house, or a family gathering with both hands and a composed expression. It travelled well, it stretched, it could be made ahead, it hid imperfections under a brown top. These are not small virtues. A casserole could save a woman from the chaos of timing several separate dishes at once. It could feed children, comfort the ill, support the bereaved, and make an unexpected guest seem less like a crisis. It was practical in the way women's food often had to be practical, which meant it solved 3 problems while pretending to solve only 1. And yet even the casserole could be judged. Too dry, too wet, too bland, too rich, too modern, too plain, too dependent on cans, too proud of itself. There were many ways to fail inside a dish whose entire purpose was supposed to be ease. You begin thinking about company dinner long before the guests arrive. Perhaps your husband mentioned it at breakfast casually, as men sometimes did. He thought it might be nice to have the Millers over Saturday, or his office friend and wife, or the couple from church, or the new neighbours, because someone ought to welcome them properly, and apparently that someone is you, standing at the sink with a plate in one hand and the evening already rearranging itself around other people's appetites. You say it sounds lovely. That is the correct answer. Then the machinery begins. Who is coming? What do they eat? Do they drink? Are they formal? Are they easy? Does the wife cook well? That matters. A woman who cooks well can be a pleasure and a threat. Does she notice details? Does she compliment sincerely or with the smooth little edge of someone filing information for later? Does the husband tell stories too loudly? Will the children be present or sent upstairs? Will there be cocktails, coffee afterward, dessert homemade or dressed up enough to pass as homemade? The guest list determines the menu. The menu determines the week. You open the cookbook again, but this time the pages are heavier. A company dinner must be impressive without seeming like an attempt to impress. This is the great domestic paradox. Effort must be visible in the result and invisible in the manner. The table should look beautiful, the food should arrive correctly, the house should be spotless, you should be dressed calm and ready to laugh lightly, and all of it should carry the atmosphere of something you simply enjoy doing. No one wants to feel that they have caused labour. They want to enjoy the labour without seeing it, so you choose carefully. A roast perhaps, if the budget allows and the timing can be trusted. Chicken if prepared with enough care to feel company-worthy. A casserole if the guests are familiar enough, but then it must be the right casserole, not the weekday kind, not the one that feels like survival. It must have a name if possible. Chicken divan. Tuna noodle is risky unless the occasion is informal. Something with almonds sounds better. Something with a sauce looks more intentional. A topping matters because a topping is where effort becomes visible. Then vegetables, then salad, then bread, then dessert. Dessert is its own evaluation. A cake says warmth, a pie says competence, a gelatin mould says modernity and risk. Pudding says family unless dressed properly. Icebox dessert says cleverness. Store-bought cake says either defeat or confidence, depending on how you plate it, and whether the guests are the kind of people who will pretend not to know. They will know. Of course they will know. Women always know. The days before the dinner become a sequence of invisible preparations. Silver polished if needed. Tablecloth checked. Napkins counted. Servers' dishes selected. Good glasses washed of cabinet dust. Bathroom inspected, living room corrected, children instructed. Husband reminded gently that guests are coming, though not too often, because reminders can be interpreted as worry, and worry is unattractive in a hostess. A hostess does not worry. A hostess prepares. These are entirely different things, apparently. On the day itself, the house changes its breathing. Morning cleaning is deeper. The living room is not merely straightened but composed. The bathroom receives a fresh towel, perhaps the embroidered one that is not for family hands. The guest soap appears like a small decorative lie. The kitchen is organized into stages. What can be done early is done early. What must wait is placed mentally in a schedule so precise that one interruption can bruise the whole thing. You know the order. Cake cools first. Salad waits. Casserole assembled but not baked too early. Potatoes timed. Coffee measured. Cream checked. Butter softened. Children fed lightly before the guests if they are not dining with everyone so they do not become dramatic at the wrong hour. Your own clothes must be chosen before the kitchen heat ruins your judgment. The dress should be attractive but not fussy. You're not the guest of honor. You're the woman creating the room in which others will feel pleasantly attended to. The lipstick must last through greeting, cooking, serving, eating, clearing, and smiling across a table while thinking about whether the rolls are burning. That is a lot to ask of lipstick. By 5 o'clock the house is both ready and not ready. This is always the case. Something remains. Something small but with the power to become enormous. The sauce is thicker than expected. The casserole needs 10 more minutes. The child has gotten something on a sleeve. Your husband is not dressed. The ice is low. The flowers look slightly tired from an angle only you will notice. But now that you have noticed, they are no longer flowers. They are a problem. You adjust. You trim stems. You move the vase. You say nothing. The guests arrive with smiles coats, and the social energy of people who do not know that the last 20 minutes in your kitchen contained the emotional tension of a minor military operation. You open the door looking pleased, not relieved. That distinction is important. Pleased says welcome. Relieved says something was at risk, and nothing must appear to have been at risk. You take coats. You admire the guest's dress. You say how nice it is to see them. Your husband offers drinks or stands nearby while you make sure drinks are offered properly. The living room receives everyone. The clean ashtray becomes useful. The magazines remain stacked. The children appear briefly, if appropriate, scrubbed and mannered and slightly unreal in their clean clothes. They say hello. They answer questions. They do not mention the argument from 20 minutes ago. Good children, good mother. Then the dinner begins its final approach. You move between rooms with what you hope looks like ease. In the kitchen, the heat hits your face. The casserole or roast is checked. The serving spoons are placed. The plates warmed if you are that kind of woman, and tonight perhaps you are. From the living room comes laughter. You listen while lifting the dish, trying to understand the mood of the guests from the sound of them. Are they relaxed? Is your husband carrying the conversation? Is anyone being left out? Is the other wife wondering whether she should offer to help? She does offer. You say, "Oh no, I have it." This is both polite and dangerous. If you accept, you admit there is work. If you refuse too firmly, you seem controlling. If you refuse too lightly, she may come anyway and stand in the kitchen doorway while you're trying to rescue the beans from overcooking. So you smile and say, perhaps she can bring in the salad if she really wants to. This gives her usefulness without giving her access to the entire operation. Again, strategy. The table is seated. The food is served. For a moment, everything you have planned becomes visible at once. The dishes, the tablecloth, the candles or centerpiece, the glasses, the meat, the casserole, the salad, the warm rolls, the butter, in a proper dish, the children, if present your husband at one end or beside you, the guests looking down at their plates with the first expressions that matter most. You watch without seeming to watch. This is the hostess's skill. You notice the first bite, The pause, the smile, the compliment if it comes. You know the difference between a polite compliment and a relieved one. You know whether the casserole has landed well. You know whether the roast is tender enough. You know whether someone is avoiding the salad. You know if the other woman wants the recipe, truly wants it, or asks, because asking is a form of praise expected between women. If she asks for the recipe, you win. Quietly. Not too visibly. But you win. Conversation moves around the table. Men may talk about work, politics, the lawn, the new car, the office taxes, baseball, the roads, the world beyond the home. Women may talk about children, school recipes, church curtains, sales, mutual acquaintances, though of course women also know a great deal about the world beyond the home, and sometimes say so if the table can bear it. But even while you talk, you are working. You monitor plates. You notice when water is low. You hear the oven timer in your mind even if it is not ringing. You watch your husband's mood. You make sure no one is stranded in silence. You rescue the quieter guest. You laugh at the story you've heard before. You keep the evening moving. In another setting, this would be called social intelligence. Here it is called being a good hostess. After dinner, dessert arrives. Dessert is the final argument. If the main course was weak, dessert may rescue the evening. If the main course was strong, dessert must confirm it. Coffee is poured. Cups pass. Plates are cleared enough, but not too quickly. Clearing too quickly makes guests feel dismissed. Clearing too slowly leaves the table cluttered. The hostess must know the exact speed at which hospitality becomes efficiency without becoming impatience. No one teaches this formally. Women teach it to one another by watching. The evening ends slowly, coats are returned, compliments offered, invitations vaguely promised. Thank you, it was wonderful. We must do this again. You say yes, absolutely. The door closes behind them. Their car pulls away. The house becomes quiet in the stunned way a stage becomes quiet after the audience leaves. Only now can the real scene appear. The kitchen is full, plates stacked, glasses with fingerprints, serving dishes cooling, crumbs under chairs, coffee cups with lipstick marks, a casserole dish scraped nearly clean which is good or too full, which means something you will think about later while pretending not to. The tablecloth has a spot. The ashtray needs emptying. Your feet hurt. Your face feels arranged even after the need for arrangement has passed. Your husband may say it went well, and perhaps it did. Perhaps he means it kindly, but he may not know what went well cost. He may not know that the timing almost failed, that the flowers were moved, that the child was bribed into clean clothes, that you shifted the seating because you remembered at the last second that Mr. Miller does not like talking about his job, that the dessert nearly slid, that you laughed through, worry that you turned judgment into comfort and made it look like dinner. You stand at the sink. Warm water again. Porcelain again. The same old ending. Company dinner is over, but its meaning will travel. The guests will remember. The other wife may mention the meal to someone. Your husband may feel proud of the household. The children may have learned another lesson in how adults perform ease. The casserole dish will be washed, dried, put away and brought out again when the next occasion requires a woman to prove herself quietly under a layer of crumbs and melted cheese. You turn off the kitchen light last. The house settles around you. For tonight the judgment has passed. But somewhere in the cabinet behind the mixing bowls and the serving platters, the next dinner is already waiting. The new refrigerator was supposed to look like progress. So was the washing machine. So was the vacuum cleaner, the electric mixer, the polished floor, the curtains in the living room, the second car in the driveway, if the family had reached that level of post-war arrival. These things were not only objects, they were announcements. They told the neighborhood that the family was moving forward, that the husband was providing, that the wife was managing, that the children were being raised inside the shining machinery of the American dream. From the outside it looked wonderfully simple. A clean house, a modern kitchen, a good job, a family doing well. But money has a way of hiding inside the things bought to prove it is not a problem. You know this while standing in the kitchen looking at the refrigerator door. It hums softly, white and proud with its rounded edges and chrome handle, holding milk eggs, leftovers, lettuce, butter, and all the expectations that come with cold storage. It makes the kitchen feel modern. It makes the house look capable. It keeps food safer and longer. It is genuinely useful. You may even love it in the practical, quiet way a woman can love a machine that makes one part of life less difficult. But you also know what the payment is, or what the payment was, or what the payment is part of, folded into the household budget like a note nobody reads aloud at dinner. The refrigerator has a number behind it. So does the washing machine. So does the car. So does the new sofa in the living room bought because the old one made the house look tired. So does the television, if there is one sitting in its cabinet like a small altar to the future. So does the vacuum cleaner the salesman demonstrated in your living room, pulling an astonishing amount of dirt from a rug you'd believed was already clean, which was rude of it, frankly. Everything bright has a shadow. In many 1950s homes, the public story was abundance. Post-war wages, suburban houses, new appliances, frozen foods, family cars, children with bicycles, women with modern kitchens, men in suits driving away toward jobs that seemed stable, because everyone needed them to seem stable. But inside the household, abundance often had to be managed carefully. A raise could already be spent before it arrived. A new appliance could save effort while adding a monthly obligation. A mortgage could feel like success and pressure in the same breath. The dream had installments. You sit at the kitchen table with the household accounts, perhaps in a notebook, perhaps in envelopes, perhaps in a tin box where receipts are kept under a kind of domestic secrecy. The table is clear because numbers need space. A pencil, a stack of bills, grocery receipts, milk bill, electric bill, insurance, mortgage, gasoline, school expenses, church envelope, doctor, dentist, shoes for the children because children have the indecency to grow at the exact wrong time financially. There is always something. The numbers are not dramatic on their own. That is what makes them so tiring. 10 cents here, $1 there, the extra roast because company came, the birthday gift for a child's party, the stockings that ran, the lampshade that had to be replaced because the old one made the room look shabby after the new curtains went up, the new curtains that were supposed to solve the room but instead made 2 other things look older. This is how domestic spending spreads. A new object creates a court around itself. The stove makes the cabinets look dated. The sofa makes the rug look worn. The freshly waxed floor reveals the baseboards. The child's new shoes make the school coat look too small. A polished life is never polished in one place only. It demands consistency, and consistency costs money. Your husband may bring home the paycheck. He may hand over a portion for household expenses or deposit it, or manage certain bills himself depending on the marriage. But much of the daily financial anxiety lives with you because you are the one watching money become groceries, soap, socks, aspirin, birthday candles, curtains, meat postage stamps, shoe polish, lunch money, and the invisible supplies that make the house continue without anyone asking why there is always toilet paper where toilet paper is supposed to be. He thinks in larger categories. You think in disappearances. That is not an insult to him. It is the structure. His money may arrive as a number. Yours leaves as 1,000 small corrections. You know which store has better prices on coffee. You know which cut of meat can stretch. You know when to buy the larger box and when the larger box is false economy, because the children will consume more simply because more exists. You know how long the soap powder lasts. You know whether the electric bill rose because of the dryer or the weather or because someone keeps leaving lights on as if electricity is a naturally occurring blessing. You know the household's appetite, not only for food, for comfort, for appearance, for status, for newness, for being seen as doing well. That appetite can be more expensive than hunger. The polished floor is part of it. The floor shines because you waxed it, yes, but also because the house must not look burdened by being lived in. Wax costs money. Cloths cost money. Cleaning products cost money. Time costs something too, though no one writes it in the ledger. If time had a price in the notebook, the entire household economy would become embarrassing very quickly. But it does not. So the floor shines for free. Officially. You kneel sometimes or bend or push the mop in long strokes, watching the dull surface brighten into respectability. The floor becomes a mirror of effort. It reflects the legs of chairs, the edge of the table, the hem of your dress. It looks clean, almost prosperous. Visitors see that shine and understand something. This is a house where standards are kept. This is a woman who has not let things slide. This family may not be rich, but it is respectable. Respectability can be very expensive. Not always in large amounts, that would be easier to protest. It is expensive in small continual ways. The right shoes for church, a dress for the school program, curtains that are not faded, a decent gift for the neighbour's baby shower, the ingredients for the dish everyone expects you to bring, hair appointments if the household budget allows them, or home-setting supplies if it does not, lipstick, stockings, cards, wrapping paper, clean hand towels, the good coffee for company, not the everyday coffee, the little extras that keep the family from looking as if it is counting too closely. Counting too closely is one of the things middle-class families often work very hard to hide. You count anyway, at the table, in the grocery aisle, in your head while smiling. A good housewife had to be thrifty without making thrift visible. She had to stretch a meal without making it seem stretched. She had to mend clothing without making the child look mended. She had to delay a purchase without making the room look neglected. She had to say, "We do not need that right now," in a tone that sounded wise rather than worried. She had to protect her husband's pride from the budget. That may be the quietest labour of all. If money is tight, you do not always say so directly. You say you're being careful. You say the children have enough for now. You say the old curtains will do another season. You say you found a better price. You say you prefer making things yourself. You turn necessity into virtue because virtue is easier for a household to live with than strain. The children hear pieces. They always do. They hear that new shoes must wait until next month. They hear not that cereal, this one. They hear turn off the light. They hear finish what is on your plate. They hear we are not made of money, though perhaps you regret saying it the moment it leaves your mouth, because it sounds too much like something your own mother said when she was tired. And now here you are saying it too. Your husband may have his own worries, of course. The office, the mortgage, the car payment, the fear of not advancing, the fear of being passed over, the fear that the whole structure depends on him more heavily than anyone admits. A man in the 1950s was often expected to carry provision as proof of manhood, and that could be its own burden. But the house translated his burden into objects. The paycheck became food, fabric, heat polish, school shoes, casseroles, curtains, aspirin, and a refrigerator humming in the corner. And you were the translator. If the money did not stretch, you stretched. You stretched meals. You stretched dresses. You stretched patience. You stretched the time between purchases. You stretch the cheerful explanation until it covered the anxious fact underneath. You learned the art of making do without making do look like decline. That art is rarely praised because the best version of it looks like nothing happened. The family simply has dinner, the children simply have clean clothes, the house simply looks nice, the floor simply shines. By late afternoon you close the notebook or tuck the bills away before anyone comes in. Not because money is shameful exactly, but because visible worry changes the household air. If the children see too much, they may become anxious. If your husband sees the numbers spread out after a long day, he may feel accused even if no accusation is intended. If a neighbour stops by and catches sight of the wrong envelope, the house has revealed too much, so the bills disappear. The anxiety does not. It moves with you as you begin dinner. It stands beside you at the stove and asks whether there will be enough meat. It follows you into the living room and asks whether the worn arm of the chair is becoming noticeable. It walks with you through the grocery store and asks whether the brand your family likes is worth the difference this week. It sits in the quiet after the children sleep and asks what happens if the car needs repair. Then in the morning the refrigerator hums again. The floor catches the light. The appliances stand in their places like proof that the family is doing well. And perhaps you are doing well. That is the complicated truth. The refrigerator really does help. The washer really does matter. The polished floor really can make a house feel cared for. The new curtains really can bring pleasure. The dream is not false simply because it is financed. Comfort is still comfort even when paid for month by month. But behind the shine is the woman doing arithmetic. Behind the modern kitchen is the notebook. Behind the new appliance is the payment. Behind the polished floor is a pair of tired hands. And behind the picture of a perfect home is the quiet fear that one missed bill, one broken machine, one unexpected doctor's visit, one week of bad luck might reveal how carefully everything's been balanced. You turn off the kitchen light and leave the refrigerator humming in the dark. It sounds like progress. It also sounds like a promise that must be paid again next month. There were feelings in the 1950s home that had no proper place to sit. They moved through the kitchen, the bedroom, the laundry room, the grocery store, the church basement, the school auditorium, and the quiet hallway after everyone else had gone to sleep. They were present in the house as surely as the refrigerator hum, the clock tick, the smell of coffee, the folded towels and the polished floor. But they were not always named. That was the problem. A housewife could say she was tired. That was permitted within limits. Tired was ordinary. Tired meant she'd been busy and being busy was respectable. She could say she had a headache. That was also allowed. A headache was specific, bodily contained. It could be treated with aspirin, a cup of coffee, 10 minutes in a quiet room if the household could spare her, which it often could not. She could say the children had worn her out. She could say the weather was making everyone sluggish. She could say she had too much to do this week. But there were other feelings, deeper ones, less tidy ones, feelings that did not sound appropriate when placed beside a sink full of clean dishes and a husband with a steady job and children sleeping under warm blankets. Restlessness, loneliness, resentment, disappointment. A strange grief for a life she could not quite describe because officially she already had the life she was supposed to want. These feelings had to move quietly. You might feel them in the afternoon after the house was finally clean and before the children came home. That was the dangerous hour. Not dangerous in any dramatic sense. Nothing happened usually. That was the difficulty. Nothing happened. The house was still. The sunlight fell across the carpet. The clock ticked. The refrigerator clicked on, then off. A car passed outside and faded down the street. Somewhere a neighbour's screen door closed. And there you were. For once no one was asking anything immediate of you. No child calling from the bathroom, no husband needing a shirt, no pan boiling over, no telephone ringing, no neighbour at the door. Just you standing in a clean house with the strange burden of a quiet moment. A quiet moment should feel like rest. Sometimes it did. Sometimes you sat with a cup of coffee and let the silence hold you gently. Sometimes you looked at the room and felt real pride. The beds were made, the floors were clean. Dinner had a plan. The children were healthy. The house was warm. There were days when this was enough or almost enough, and the feeling that came over you was not dissatisfaction, but a kind of small practical gratitude. Other days the same quiet felt different, too wide, too empty. As if the house had stopped speaking for a moment, and in the pause you could hear something inside yourself that the day usually covered. You might not know what to call it. So you found something to do. That was the great remedy. If the feeling had no namework could cover it, a drawer could be reorganized, a floor could be swept again, the linen closet could be straightened, a cake could be made before anyone asked for one, the silver could be checked, the children's clothes could be reviewed for hems and missing buttons. A woman could stay very busy without ever admitting what the busyness was protecting her from. Activity made the feeling behave for a while, but it returned at odd times, while stirring sauce, while ironing one of your husband's shirts, while waiting in the car outside school, while applying lipstick before dinner, while listening to another woman talk about a sale on curtains and realizing that you had not said one true thing about yourself all day. That realization had weight. Not huge weight, small weight but persistent, the kind that sits in the chest and does not announce itself as sorrow, because sorrow would be too large, too dramatic, too ungrateful. It is more like a question that has been folded carefully and placed in a drawer, because company is coming. Is this all? Then immediately another voice. How can you even ask that? You have a home. You have children, you have a husband, you have food, heat appliances, church friends, neighbours, and a place at the table. What more exactly are you asking for? This was the trap. The language of gratitude could be used as a comfort, but also as a door closing. Gratitude was real. Many women were grateful. They had survived war years, depression years, loss, uncertainty, rationing, crowded housing, difficult childhoods, unstable men, or the fear of not having enough. A warm home in the 1950s could feel like a victory. A stocked pantry could feel like safety. A husband's paycheck could feel like relief. Children laughing in a backyard could feel like proof that history had turned a kinder corner. And still, gratitude does not cancel longing. It only makes longing harder to admit. You may have had a friend who understood this without requiring explanation. Every woman needed one, though not every woman had one. A friend who could sit at the kitchen table while the children played outside and hear the difference between ordinary tiredness and the other kind. The kind that made the body heavy even after sleep. The kind that made you stare too long into the middle distance. The kind that made the telephone ring feel like an accusation. You would not say, "I am unhappy." That sentence was too sharp, too dangerous. You might say, "I do not know what is wrong with me lately." And your friend might look at you for a moment longer than usual, then say, "I know." Those two words could be a kind of shelter, not a solution, but shelter. There were doctors, of course. Some women went to them with nerves. That was the word often used because nerves sounded medical without sounding rebellious. Nerves could mean anxiety. Nerves could mean sleeplessness. Nerves could mean sadness. Nerves could mean you had begun crying in the bathroom with the water running so the children would not hear. Nerves could mean that the life everyone called easy had started to feel strangely difficult to breathe inside. A doctor might offer advice. Rest more. Get out of the house. Take a little something. Try not to worry. He might be kind. He might be dismissive. He might believe sincerely that he was helping, and perhaps sometimes he did help. But the larger question often remained outside the examining room, sitting politely in the waiting area with gloves folded in its lap. What if the problem was not only inside the woman? What if the house was too small for the self being asked to disappear inside it? That question existed before many people knew how to ask it aloud. So women asked smaller questions instead. Should I volunteer more? Should I redecorate the living room? Should I have another baby? Should I take a class? Should I lose a little weight? Should I try harder to be cheerful? Should I pray more? Should I stop thinking so much? That last one was common, though, not always spoken. Thinking too much was treated like leaving a cake too long in the oven, something that could ruin the shape of things. A woman who thought too much might become dissatisfied. A dissatisfied woman might become difficult. A difficult woman might disturb the household, and the household depended on her not disturbing it. So she folded the feeling smaller. She placed it behind the daily work. She let it rise only in private. At night, perhaps. Night was when the feelings came with less disguise. After dinner was cleared, after the children slept, after your husband had read or watched television or gone to bed, after the house had been turned down like a lamp, you sat at the vanity and removed the face. Lipstick first, powder, pins, earrings. The woman in the mirror changed slowly from public to private, from pleasant to plain, from arranged to tired. There she was, the one who knew. She knew which compliments had not been enough. She knew which hurts were too small to mention and too large to forget. She knew that being loved was not the same as being understood. She knew that a house could be full, and a person could still feel alone in it. She knew that some days she had wanted to walk out the front door with no purse, no list, no explanation, and simply keep walking until no one knew what to ask of her. Then she brushed her hair, because tomorrow would come. The children would need breakfast, the shirts would need ironing, the floor would show crumbs, the neighbour would wave, the telephone would ring, the husband would return, the house would resume its steady demand for a woman who could make life feel smooth around everyone else. And she would do it. Not because she was empty, because she was capable. That was the heartbreak and the strength of it. Many of these women were not fragile at all. They were extraordinarily durable. They carried disappointment without collapsing under it. They loved people while resenting the shape love had been forced to take. They made homes, raised children, managed money, kept communities functioning, and maintained the emotional temperature of entire families, while being told that what they did was simply natural. But feelings do not disappear because a culture refuses to name them. They wait. In the afternoon quiet, in the pause before answering the telephone, in the small breath before smiling, in the mirror after the lipstick comes off, they wait for language. And slowly, quietly across kitchens and living rooms and church basements and grocery store aisles, women began to recognize the same unnamed feeling in one another's faces. Not all at once, not yet, but enough to know that the silence was not empty. It was full of women who had been trying to say something without being asked the right question. The 1950s housewife still haunts American memory because she was never only a person. She became a picture, a woman in a bright kitchen, a woman in a pressed dress, a woman smiling beside a stove holding a tray pouring coffee cutting cake, opening a refrigerator, watching children from the porch waving goodbye to a husband in a hat. She became the face of a promise that America told itself after years of depression, war rationing loss, uncertainty and fear. The promise was simple. The house would be warm, the family would be safe, the man would work, the woman would make the home, the children would grow up clean, polite and grateful, the appliances would hum, the lawn would be cut, the table would be set, and happiness, if properly arranged, would stay. That is a powerful picture. No wonder it lasted. Even now, decades later, people return to it in memory. They return to the yellow kitchen light, the smell of coffee, the sound of a screen door, the heavy telephone on the wall, the chrome table, the clean curtains, the mother at the stove, the father coming home, the children called in from the yard before dark. They returned to it because some of it was real. Many homes did have warmth. Many mothers did create safety. Many kitchens did hold love in the form of soup, toast sandwiches, pie, meat loaf casseroles, birthday cakes and lunch boxes packed before anyone else was fully awake. That should not be dismissed. Nostalgia often begins with something true. The trouble begins when the picture is asked to tell the whole truth, because behind the warm kitchen light was the woman who had turned it on, paid attention to the bulb, wiped the counter beneath it, planned the breakfast under it, and stood there at the end of the day wondering why a life so full could sometimes feel so strangely unnamed. The 1950s housewife haunts us because she stands at the doorway between comfort and confinement. She reminds us that a home can be beautiful and still ask too much of one person. She reminds us that love can be real and still be organized unfairly. She reminds us that a woman can be capable, proud, affectionate, skilled and grateful, while also tired, restless, lonely, and quietly angry in ways no one has made room for at the dinner table. She's difficult to remember, honestly, because people want her to be simple. Some want her to be the symbol of a better time, a time when families stayed together, children behaved, meals were cooked, houses were clean, and everyone knew their place. Others want her to be only a symbol of oppression trapped in an apron smiling, because she had no other choice. But human beings rarely live as symbols. They live in mornings, in errands, in arguments, in small pleasures, in bills, in recipes, in laughter, in disappointments, in hands made rough by dishwater, in songs hummed, while ironing, in private thoughts folded away before anyone comes home. The truth is softer and more complicated. Many women loved parts of that life. Many women hated parts of that life. Many women did both in the same afternoon. A woman could take pride in her children's manners and resent being blamed for every childish mistake. She could love the shine of a clean kitchen and resent that no one noticed until it was dirty. She could enjoy looking pretty and resent the rule that she must look pleasant before being taken seriously as a good wife. She could feel comfort in church suppers, PTA meetings and neighbours who knew her name, while also feeling watched by the same community that helped her. She could love her husband and still wish he understood more. She could love her children and still want one uninterrupted hour that belonged only to her. She could love her home and still feel some afternoons that the walls had learned to ask questions she was not allowed to answer. That is why she remains with us, because she is not only history, she is a mirror with old curtains around it. When we look at her, we see the hidden labour behind comfort. We see the emotional work that still survives in different forms, the remembering, smoothing, anticipating, preparing, listening, softening, noticing, and repairing. We see how often families depend on work they do not know how to name. We see how easily love becomes invisible when it is expressed through repetition. The 1950s housewife also haunts American memory because she was so useful to advertising. She sold appliances, she sold cake mixes, she sold floor wax, detergent, lipstick, canned soup refrigerators, vacuum cleaners, curtains, cereals, coffee, and the idea that modern products could deliver an emotionally complete life. She smiled from the page as if the problem of womanhood had been solved by the correct purchase. A better washer, a brighter lipstick, a cleaner floor, a faster dinner, a more cheerful kitchen. But no appliance could answer the question underneath. What happens to a capable person when her capabilities are praised only when they serve everyone else? What happens when intelligence becomes menu planning? Diplomacy becomes keeping peace at dinner, leadership becomes committee work, and ambition becomes making the house look effortless. The answer was not the same for every woman. Some found enough meaning inside the role to make a life they valued. Some found ways around it. Some returned to school. Some went to work. Some stayed and changed the terms quietly. Some never had the economic freedom to live the advertised version at all. Some were excluded from the postcard from the beginning because of race, class, religion, immigration, disability, divorce, widowhood, or the simple fact that American life has always been larger and messier than its favourite images. Still, the image endured. The perfect housewife became a kind of national shorthand. She stood for order, for family, for home, for whiteness in many advertised versions, for middle-class security, for domestic beauty, for the hope that private life could be controlled if public life felt uncertain enough. During the Cold War, in a world of bomb drills, political fears, and global tension, the clean kitchen became more than a kitchen. It became proof that the American way of life was working. That is a lot to place on a woman making lunch. Too much, really. But she carried it, or was asked to. And now, many decades later, she remains in our minds not because she was perfect, but because perfection was demanded of her so relentlessly that the effort itself became historic. We remember the apron, but we should also remember the body inside it. We remember the casserole, but we should also remember the planning, the money worry, the timing, the fear of judgment, the desire to please, and the small private hope that someone might say thank you in a way that reached deeper than politeness. We remember the clean house. But we should also remember that clean was not the natural state of anything. Clean was made, clean was restored, clean was defended against children, weather appetite, dust fatigue, and time. Clean was a daily negotiation between a woman and the evidence of everybody else's living. We remember her smile, but we should also remember that a smile can be real and still be required. That is the haunting part. Not that everything was false, that so much was real and still not enough. As the 1950s blurred into the 1960s, the questions that had lived quietly in kitchens and bedrooms began to find louder rooms. Women read, talked, argued, organized, went back to school, entered offices, questioned old arrangements, and sometimes frightened the people who had grown comfortable inside the old picture. The change was uneven, imperfect, resisted, and unfinished. History is like that. It rarely opens a door without leaving someone standing uncertainly in the hallway. But the questions did not vanish. They had been waiting too long, and behind many of those questions was the memory of a woman at a sink or a mirror or a kitchen table with bills spread out before her, asking silently whether the life she'd been told to want had made enough room for the person she actually was. So tonight, as this long day in the polished 1950s dream comes to an end, let us leave her gently. Not trapped forever in the kitchen, not frozen in an advertisement, not mocked for the apron, not worshipped as a perfect symbol of a simpler time. Let us leave her as she probably was on many nights, tired, capable, more intelligent than the role admitted, more complicated than the photograph allowed. Removing her earrings at the vanity, wiping away the lipstick, taking down the hair that had been arranged since morning. Listening to the house settle after a day of needing her. The children are asleep. The dishes are done or nearly done. The refrigerator hums. The floor holds the last faint shine of her work. Her husband breathes steadily in another room, perhaps grateful in ways he does not know how to say, perhaps unaware of how much of his peace has passed through her hands. And for a few minutes she belongs only to herself. That may be the quietest ending we can give her. Not a grand speech, not a perfect answer, just recognition, a soft light left on for the women whose labour disappeared into comfort, whose feelings waited for language, whose hands made homes out of pressure, and whose stories still live beneath the polished surfaces of American memory. If you have stayed with me this far, thank you for spending this quiet night with the Nostalgian. If these soft old stories help you rest, think, remember, or simply feel a little less alone, take a moment to subscribe before you drift off. There will be another forgotten room, another hidden rule, another small American life waiting for us tomorrow. For now, let the kitchen light go out. Let the floor stop shining for anyone. Let the house finally rest. And let the woman who held it all together sleep too.